The lights are bright and the pressure is heavy as it gets. Tonight, the UIS Precision Speed Solutions Cup Series rolls into the World Center of Racing for its biggest night of the season. It's the Universal 500 at Daytona. 2.5 miles of high-speed chess, 200 laps, 500 brutal miles. One winner awaits at the end. So glad you could join us on Precision Entertainment. Marty Sakala with you alongside Jeremy Miller. We'll check in with Axel Smith in just a little bit. DJ Lyon working in mission control. Biggest race of the year, Jerry. What's it mean for the 38 drivers we have in the field this evening?
Yeah, I mean, you hit it just right there. It is the biggest race of the year. It means more than anything will all season besides that championship at the end of the season. You win tonight, you write your name into history.
First of many races on the year on the points calendar will take you from the green flag at Daytona all the way to the checkered flag at Auto Club in December. This is a race that is built on speed, patience, and trust here. Nobody wins Daytona around the 2.5 mile super speedway alone. This is a place where you need a fast car, drafting help, and when the field stacks up 3 wide at nearly 200 miles an hour, you need nerves of steel.
Yeah, it's going to be racing as hard as you can all night long to keep yourself in the good track position, but also taking care of that race car. And if you're scared to make a move, that's how you're going to lose these types of races. You got to be aggressive. You got to be willing to put it all in line with that race car.
Let's talk about the race here for tonight. For some tonight, it's about starting the season with a statement. For others, it's about survival, like staying out of the big one, keeping the car clean, and being there when the intensity turns up in the closing laps. It's a full race length of a Daytona 500, 200 laps. The stage breaks at 40 and 90. Unlimited overtimes if we need them. Going to be a heck of a night tonight at the World Center of Racing. No fast repairs this evening, so one wreck you're involved in, and you're toast.
Yeah, it's going to be a long night, and you know, we did already mention it's just going to be so important taking care of that race car, staying out of trouble. But if you can find yourself in position at the end, these cars can take a beating. So, you know, you can be aggressive with it and try to get that clean air at the end, block those lines going to finish. I think we'd be foolish to say we won't see wrecks on that last lap too, so you never know where you could be in the pack and still come home with that win.
Field window 38 to 42 laps this evening, so you're looking at a 4 to 5 stop race. Drivers do have 6 sets of tires should they choose to take them. I need a live overhead view of the World Center of Racing. We get set to go here for tonight. Let's take a look at the starting lineup that was set via qualifying as well as dual action. On the pole position, it's Calvin Harvey in at the 00 to the outside. It is Tyler Helms. He's won the Clash. He won his duel earlier in Speed Weeks. He looks for the Triple Crown here tonight. Row number 2, it is Duel 1 winner Kai Collymore in the 39 to the outside. It's Maxwell Funderburk in the 97. The third row, Brady Schreckengoss, who was 7 thousandths off from beating Collymore in Duel 1. He starts 5th. Jason Hall next to him, starting in 6th. Row 4, Christian Zarate in car number 99 to the outside. It's Joseph Enright in the 07. Rounding out the top 10 this evening, you've got Joshua Gilbert in the 9 and Cody Banta in the 10. Jeremy?
First car to miss out on a top 11 start the season is going to be James Cesar there in the 47. You see Alexander Ortega there starting his outside at 12. Expect him to be strong here today. Starting off 13 is going to be Kendorian Davis, and Joshua Carey is going to roll off 14th in the 35. 15th place starter is going to be Nicholas Martinez Jr. in that 48, and Jackson B. Brown joins him in 16th in the 96. 17th place starter is going to be Corey Lyles, and Zachary Trevino rolls off 18th. And rounding out the top 20 this evening are going to be, oh, sorry, some technical difficulties there, but rounding out the top 20 this evening were going to be Henry Caloff and Carmelo Echeverria.
21st to the lineup goes to Jacob Bryan in the number 95. To his outside, it's Asher Bunkley in at the 79. Row number 12, Riley Maxwell in car number 88. To the outside, Aaron Kovnat in the 91. Row 13, Wyatt Thompson in the 2. And a past winner of the Universal 500, Logan Brink in the 24. Row 14, Damian Cisneros, he is in the 71. Next to him, Connor Biasco in the 98. And in row 15, Luke Grannon in the 10 and Nicholas Rode in the 90.
Travis Parker is going to run off 31st tonight. Next to him, Hector Colalo in the 32. Rolling off 33rd, Max Ford in the 11, and Aiden Cobarrubia in the 18th. 35 car, Emerson Crawley going to roll 35th. 36 is going to be Aiden Curran, and rounding out our field tonight are going to be Riley Abanez and Chase Crawl rolling off last.
38 cars set to take the green flag. One driver did not make the call to grid, that being Emerson Crawley. Sim time is 6:42 p.m. So this race will guarantee you to end under the lights here. 82 degrees the track temp at the moment. 78 degrees the air temperature. Skies are petty blue in the dusk of Daytona, of the dawn of Daytona. And we are ready for a great race. Petty blue skies. Chamber of Commerce ready, way to go racing. Take a look on board here. That's Maxwell Funderburk in car number 97. Ready for the green flag. We'll start fourth later on this in just a couple of moments. Lights are off the iRacing pace car. One lap until we get the green. Let's bring in our pit reporter Axel Smith for anything that he's looking forward to. Axel, good evening.
Good evening. The thing is, like, there's 7 tire sets, so if you spin out like in the early part of the race, you can maybe extend those tires to the next pit stop. But you know, if you take all your tire sets early, if you spin or something, or you just use them up, you're just going to be just slower. You're going to move the lines way slower. You're just not going to be as much in contention. It's going to be much harder. So we'll see different strategies about tires and fuel.
Thank you, Axel. We'll check in with you throughout the night tonight. We get set to go here for this evening. Drivers are down the Daytona Super Stretch. Take a look on board with a couple of other drivers. You're looking at James Cesar there for just a moment. As we wait to go green here, Jeremy, your keys to victory tonight in the Universal 500.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be important to run up front all night. Pace car lights are back on, so we'll have one more time around before we hit the green flag. But you want to get used to this view out front. That cleaner air on the nose all night long, less likely to get caught up in a wreck, dominate. Cars are going to notice that you're really strong, and they're going to want to work with you later in the event.
It's the biggest race of the season here for the Universal 500. Let's talk about the driver that starts second on the grid here this evening. Jeremy, we've watched him all of Speed Weeks. Tyler Helms, he's looked very strong in that number 7. He's had a couple of teammates help him push him to the win. He's had no teammates at times, like back in duel number 2 earlier last week. He could be a big threat to win the Universal 500, which he's yet to do.
Yeah, you mentioned the big thing there, teammates. It's going to make your job a lot easier tonight having people to work with, but if that doesn't go in your way, you get separated late and you're relying on that too heavily, you may find yourself in a position that you're not prepared for, and that's where you can get kind of lost in the sauce here at Daytona and find yourself a little bit back in the pack.
One lap until we take the green flag. Now we talk about a couple of things here at Daytona. I think from my perspective, you gotta survive the first 400 miles of this one. Obviously, you gotta also find a drafting partner that you can trust too, because nobody wins alone here, and the draft is always key, Jeremy.
Yeah, it is always really important just keeping that traffic. You'll see it all night long, especially when we get some green flag stops. People pitting in groups, trying to stay together with, you know, some cars, make some good lap times. But you want to be in those groups that you're comfortable with. Push it to be important all night long, and you can push a few cars deep in this car too, a little bit back in the line, and you might see that kind of play a role as well as we move on.
Let's look as well at the changes going into the Universal 500 compared to the Clash and the Duels. First thing is, you know, the previous races we had, the horsepower was amped up a little bit, running 737. However, though, they are now running 670 going on into the normal horsepower. A lot of reasons. One of those reasons, though, why has to do with drafting. The bump drafts, it can be very easy to damage the front bumper and can lead to a lot of aero damage.
Yeah, it's definitely still going to be a factor, but the run should be a little bit smaller, so it's not as likely, but I think we'll see some noses pushed in pretty early on here. Just something with the way they've modeled this car recently, and when you get in those rounded back bumpers with the nose that's a different shape, it's natural to push it in just a little bit.
It's the biggest race of the year for the Universal Precision Speed Solutions Cup Series. 500 miles, 200 laps, We'll take you through the ride for the next 3.5 hours on Precision Entertainment. Pace car is on pit road. Where else would you rather be than right here, right now? The World Center of Racing, the Universal 500. It's showtime at Daytona.
See, orderly starts from both lines already. Advantage Helms on the outside, but he doesn't have as much help in behind. They're more well-formed on the bottom, but he's going to clear in the turn one anyways without that push.
Good start from Helms. Good start for Funderburk as well. The top two along with Jason Hall. They drop down to the bottom of the racetrack. For side-by-side battle for fourth, Calvin Harvey and Joseph Enright. The low set's got the momentum early here. Helms off for turn number 4. The first lap of many here at Daytona. Some drivers starting to peek to the outside, but it's Tyler Helms that leads lap number 1 of this race. 199 to go.
See up front, they're already racing pretty hard early, but you see in the back, the line of cars already filing in back there, just trying to keep their car safe. You see it outside, they're really nicely formed up right now. They should get a good push here on the backstretch. We'll see if Helms is content on the bottom, if he's going to try and make a block this early.
Here come the teammates. They're all similar liveries, I should say, working together. Hall and Collymore. This is on board from Jason Hall. Notice the top speeds differing just a little bit on 670, 193 miles an hour going into turn number 3. Hall is clear of Helms, could cut down if he wants, dealing with that risky bump draft at the same time from Collymore, but a third group, oh, hang on. Top 2 touch, very close calls by them. We also saw a third group that was nearly starting to be created by, I believe, Ortega in the 32, but it's Collymore that leads lap 2.
A good push there on the outside by Collymore. He's a strong plate racer, so expect him to be up front all day as well. Another one of those guys that I think really is...
Oh, hang on, Ortega off of the wall. We're going to contact out for Cody Bann, a new driver in the 45 this week. And everybody's stacking up and slowing back to play it safe than sorry. It is way too early to be going 3 wide here at Daytona, and everybody's realizing that now. They're trying to get to the low groove as quick as possible.
Yeah, some squirrely moments. There were some guys who just didn't really seem comfortable keeping their car in a line. You see it still happening. These guys are just bobbling a lot right now, not really staying uniform in their line. That's what's allowing these hairy moments to pop up.
Top 5 all single file. Christian Zarate finishing 3rd in Duel 1 last week. That would make that pass work on Collymore. Stages were supposed to be 50, 90, 200. However, though they've shortened stage 1 going into this race, Jeremy, lasting 40 laps. And I believe one of the reasons why as well is Tyler Helms goes to the outside looking for the race lead. One of the reasons why for that is drivers did not want to be dealing with fuel saving early in this race.
Yeah, with our stage length being what it is, shouldn't have been too much of a question, but we did have a few extra pace stops there at the start of the race. That could throw off the mileage just enough to make it a little bit of a question here, but these guys are racing very hard up front, which would leave you to believe that they're comfortable they can make it, or comfortable that they absolutely can't make it. One of the two. They are definitely not trying to save the number, and now we got to move for the lead by Collymore.
The 2 dual winners side by side for the early race lead. It is Collymore out in front. Ortega now moves up to 2nd. He switched his way down to the bottom, but now Collymore cuts up. Almost a risky move from Jason Hall trying to thread the needle. And Collymore losing a little bit of steam, riding on board with him once again. Ortega downstairs, Collymore up top. Got somebody that may be blinking at the moment. That's Jason Hall in the 4, having no issues, but Collymore with that clean air in front, which is what he wants right now in the draft at the moment, Jeremy. That engine temp not cooking at the moment.
They're on the front of Helms, leading the lane on the outside there. Ortega still leading the bottom. They're stacking up though, falling back a little. It's going to allow some cars from the top to jump on down. You see there's Helms back to the lead on the inside of Collymore now. These two swapping back and forth, and here comes Martinez in the 48.
He's got his teammate right behind him already. Always want to have your friends, especially early in this race. You can work together. If you stay nose to tail, you could possibly set up pit strategy when that time comes. We don't expect it in stage number 1, so drivers should be going full throttle 100%. Then when we get to the stage yellow, we'll start to see the pit stop. Stage 2 is when we could see our first green flag pit stop of the race. Here's a cut up from Kendorian Davis, just about 3 wide for a moment. and Martinez is stuck in the sucker hole. Anyone does not want, that's a spot anyone does not want to be in.
Yeah, struggling right there through the middle. Right now, just 2 cars there on the outside line. They're trying to get it sorted out right now. Martinez still with that push from the 15 there and behind him. Just gonna try to get clear. When they're side by side at this though, notice how far back both lines full. This is really an advantage for the bottom when they get 3 wide like this and they start side drafting each other to their outside. It's everybody on the inside keeps clearing those cars on the top.
3 by 3 into 3. A lot of early contact. Remember, boys, you got no fast repairs. A lot of patience definitely needed if you want a chance to win. The biggest race of the year, and it almost ended badly. Davis loose off and turned forward with some contact. Banta goes through the apron. No harm, no foul, though. We stay green, but that could have been disastrous early on, and it's only lap 7.
Yeah, just another example of those handling issues here early. Some guys just don't seem too comfortable. See, Collymore was almost involved now. He's been so strong. Look at all the track position that he's lost now. He's going to have to work his way all the way back forward there on the outside lane. Davis in the 5. I think he's just counting his blessings right now and dropping to the back after that big moment.
Oh, now making the move back up top. One other driver trying the third group. It's Collymore leading all over. I believe that's Cisneros in the 71. He was, and almost got squeezed up into the safer barrier there. Aggressive racing early. Maybe a little too early for some drivers to say, with a bunch of drivers playing it safe than sorry in the back, but you've got like 7 or 8 rows, 2 by 2, one just about 3 wide as well with Cisneros in the middle.
Yeah, Collymore hanging on the outside there. Cisneros without any help, just using that side draft. Almost going to clear him right now in that spot, but just can't quite get to that positioning. 71's going to pull back forward, but you see the side draft. Oh, a little bit tight right there. Cisneros but not keeping quite straight on the exit. Collymore wasn't giving him any room to make that kind of mistake.
Jason Hall now up front. Able to clear Martinez, but here comes the run for Zachary Trevino. I believe that's a new paint job on that number 15. Correct me if I'm wrong there. But help from Carmelo Echevarria for that race lead early. Ooh, a little bit of a bump draft mid-pack, a bad bump draft mid-pack that Cisneros took on somebody mid-pack and got him a little bit sideways. I was Schreckengost into 3. But they were their way here through 1 and 2 early in this race. Great battles for the lead happening for right now. Trevino has the second row cleared at the moment. Commands the troops. Echevarria second. Logan Brink, a multi-time winner at Daytona, now runs third.
Inside line just dissipated really badly, but it almost looked like the leader was just lifting and backing that line up, and that's allowing a lot of the cars that were on the outside to advance back forward. Trevino in that 15 still leading. There's Ortega in that 32. We know he's going to be strong. Trevino's going to try to work both lanes here, though, and keep that lead, but Ortega says no, he'll move to the high side.
Risky block nearly paid the price for Trevino. Ortega's got to run up on the second groove. High side also starting to get working here with Kai Collymore leading that. Is it early again to get that third groove working? You got to be absolutely perfect on that extreme high side if you want to try and make a pass for lead early. Final lap, definitely understandable. We'll just have to see how things go there. Collymore's got Riley Maxwell with the 88 behind him. There's a lot of movers and shakers throughout the field. I'm counting, I think, 3 drivers up at least 20 spots at the moment as Ortega goes to the point at Daytona.
See that yellow car there in the middle of that field. There's Ford. He's worked his way forward. Suddenly, Collymore gets to the outside of Cisneros again. He's going to help this time. That's the first time Collymore's going to get that push on the top line. That's Ford in the 11. He's come up strong all of a sudden, working that third lane. That gets Collymore clear. He drops down. That'll leave Ford on the top by his own.
So Ortega currently leading over Collymore. A couple of drivers stuck in below the yellow line. That's Helms and Martinez. Some drivers want to play it safe and hop to the back. And that's never a surprise to see some drivers hanging out in the back of the pack like what it seems like Helms and Martinez are going to be doing. They had their time up in the front. I think that may have been a game plan they wanted to do early. Lead up front, see what the car was like in clean air, and then hang back in the dirty air just to be safe, just to stay patient throughout the race.
Yeah, definitely some early aggression from those cars and choosing to back out of it now. Whether it was the plan or just some bad vibes, it does look like they're just playing it safe and also going to save some fuel back there, Marty. So maybe it is a question for those drivers, and they're seeing that number and it is a trend in the right direction. They decided they had to get back there and roll around here with a little bit of throttle out of the car to save some of that fuel mileage.
The risk you do take, though, is when we come to the stage checkers for the top 10 for points. Those stage points could be very valuable in the course of the season, especially like when we have the regular season finale and throughout the postseason too.
Yeah, obviously, always important to keep points in mind even this early in the season, but I think two of those guys being the strong drivers they are, they may not be as worried about those points as some other guys who may need to scrap every point they can out of every season, but they are 3 wide for the lead. That's Ortega, and that 32 with a strong move. He takes it from Collymore in the bottom. Quick move back to block the bottom.
Zanero's caught in the sucker hole, forced to ride the Dente there, but now he's got some help further back. With Ortega now out in front once again, followed by Collymore, Schreckengoss, Maxwell, and Trevino. That's the top 10 at the moment here as we're 13 laps complete here in the Universal 500. So Ortega commanded the troops here early. Oh, hang on, we got trouble. Around goes Bradley Maxwell for a moment and hard to the outside wall.
More pile in throughout the field still. Some drivers not quite getting on the brakes and sliding around. That 88 took a massive hit to the outside.
First retiree of the 500 without question is Maxwell as he slammed into the outside wall head on.
Yeah,
saw some other cars. Absolutely. Saw some other cars involved. It looked like the 9 also caught a piece of it too. Here's a replay.
Take a look here at the Precision Speed Solutions replay. It's going to be that 88 of Maxwell that was up front. He got turned first. Rockwell, sorry, that is. Then let's see what happened here. They get down in the turn 3. Probably just be a bad push right here to the left rear. Yeah, he kind of got up on his own actually off that push and then just got hooked down into the inside lane.
Jason Hall also involved in the 4, the 18 of Cobra Rubio. 76 as well, Henry Kalhoff. Good cars taken out early here. And it's just lap 15 for the back of Maxwell.
Yeah, all that preparation, all that work building up to the first race of the season, and it's gone just like that.
Jeremy, you had a better look than I did when it came to that. But typically when you see a wreck like that in the corners with just a car behind normally like that, it's just either bump draft in the corners or you just had the draft way off there.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit of both. I mean, I think the push obviously can always be better in that situation, but I do think Maxwell was not necessarily as consistent in his line as you want him to be when you're the car pushing him, and kind of got up on his own on the entry in the corner. Didn't quite hit his mark on entry. I know it's not really something we think about at Daytona, but there is a mark of like where you want to turn in and how you want to hold that wheel, and just kind of missed that and drifted up, and that's what allowed the 2 to get into that left rear, and it was the rest from there. But Thompson, I think, got through it there in that too. So, you know, it's just kind of how it works at Daytona. You turn the guy, you usually make it through it, and everybody else pays for your mistake.
Let's bring in Axel Smith here. Axel, a lot of drivers coming down pit road to top off on field, but the top 3.
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting call. I mean, when you're up in the top 3, especially like after a big wreck just happened, taking fuel when there's about 40 laps on a tank going full throttle, which they definitely were, is pretty odd take here. I think they should have pitted. They wouldn't really lose a lot, you know. So, but these top 3 are probably just gonna. I don't think they're gonna fuel save. They're just gonna stay up and try to keep all the track position possible.
So first caution flies here of this one. 15 laps complete. I was going to ask you this, Jeremy, before we had the wreck here. Who have you been noticing has been aggressive early in this one?
I think it's hard not to notice Collymore there. He was really aggressive. I think Ortega's been really aggressive. You know, Helms was pretty aggressive until he dropped to the back, but he picked a good time to do so. It was just after that group dropped to the back, they all wrecked, and then they were looking pretty smart for that decision that they made.
Let's check in on a couple of drivers here. Let's we're gonna bring in our race leader here, Brady Schreckengoss, and see what's going through his mind. Brady, it's Marty and the rest of the boys in the UIS booth. You got a copy?
Hey, I got you.
Hey, so let's start with this. How you feeling early in this one, and what are the keys for you for victory here tonight?
Well, first 15, I guess 14 green flag laps have been pretty crazy. So I don't know if I really want to stay at the front. I feel like that's where I'm going to be least involved in anything, but then again, I had somebody wreck behind me, caused that pile up just there. But honestly feel like if at least I'm on the inside row somewhere in the pack, even anywhere to be honest, I might be the safest to avoid some of these wrecks. But at least from the past 500s I've been a part of, we'll eventually get a good green flag run going aside from these stage cautions. And to be honest, it's just gonna take knowing who to work with, make friends earlier on. I got nobody on the track, at least on my team. It's just me out here. So it's just gonna be finding somebody that's gonna work with me.
One more here before we let you go. You just mentioned that this was a crazy start. Is this a crazier start than you expected? Or is this kind of, we had a feeling was gonna happen?
I kind of had a feeling this is how it was gonna go. Everybody didn't, everybody didn't shake it off there in the warm-up we had beforehand, get all your, I guess, shakes out the way, get the irons worked out, and with how everybody was passing really early on, making some of these bold moves that didn't need to happen, I figured something was gonna happen eventually, so.
All right, we appreciate
It's still
the time.
crazy though.
Yeah, absolutely. We appreciate your time. Best of luck here the rest of the race.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Oops, apologies for that. Just want to get Brady back in the voice chat there. So we're ready to come back to the green. Lights are off. So again, top 3 drivers stayed out that time. Trenton, Goss, and Thompson, row 1. Cisneros and Enright, row number 2. Brown and Banta, row 3. Thunderberg and Carey, row 4. Bunkley and Echevarria round out the top 10. Take a look at some iRacing chat here at the moment. Maxwell not too pleased on the car being toast to lap 14. Not the best start to the year for him, without question. Some drivers are getting a little bit concerned about bump drafting as well. From what I've been seeing is we're back to the green flag and a bunch of drivers immediately cut down to the bottom here. Stratton, Goss, Thompson, Enright, Cisneros keeps it on the outside. Made to lose a couple of spots because of that, but help trying to come from Josh Carey.
Help will get there, but it is a little bit late. You see Cisneros drops a lot of track position on the outside line, but they're getting formed up now. They're going to get some more surge coming from behind. Huge run out the back, though. That's Collymore pushing the 15 to the outside. They have a massive run.
It's a run to the outside once again. Enright trying to take the 07 up to the front of the field. Trevino back on that third group. Kai Collymore has been hugging that safer barrier like he's making out with that. Very aggressive on that high side. Big push is coming to Trevino, but obviously the risk that he's taking is trying not to cook up that engine temp here, Jeremy.
Yeah, definitely don't want to push that motor to its limit this early, but right now we're still making some good progress there in that second lane as Cisneros has gotten Enright almost to the outside of our leader. Versus side by side for a second right now. You still see back there Trevino, Collymore headed backwards now as they lose that line. Collymore with a tight hole in front of Martinez.
Yeah, such a close call there. In fact, I think I saw Collymore scrape the wall up in turn 1 for a couple of moments. But here is Enright, pulls up to the bumper of Brady Schreckengoss, looking for that race lead. Can't get it there just yet. The low line with better pushes through the corners. Schreckengoss with Thompson behind is this pack of 36. Continues to roar around Daytona. 1 DNF from that race, that being Riley Maxwell. Everyone else was able to continue and drive away from the scene of the crime. Now, for those that were damaged in that, Jeremy, how bad can the arrow be? For some of them, hang on, that's him! We got a row, goes Trevino. Second caution is out. Took a second hit as well from the 17.
That was a bad push from Kai Collymore. He's just being too aggressive there. Drove through the left rear on that one and turned to 15, who is working so well around Trevino. Some hard hits from the other race cars. We can see he's going to roll away from the scene of the crime. So we'll see if he can get that car fixed up and keep it rolling here tonight.
Looks like Kendorian Davis got a piece of that one as well. And same with Aaron Kovnat. Jeremy, the replay all you.
Yeah, I'll take a look here. It was the 39 of Collymore and the 15 of Trevino. You see her on the outside of Davis right there, making that third line work. Here comes Collymore to make the push. Just wasn't square when he got with the initial contact. Offset to the left, got him sideways on corner exit where the car is at its lightest, and there's nothing Trevino can do.
for the back end of Trevino.
Even better look there at the offset and positioning. The 39 just keeps getting into him there and sends him around. I do think Trevino did a good job though, locking it down, and he's going to be able to keep it rolling there pretty well.
So all cars were able to drive away, as Jeremy mentioned. That's from Collymore. There you see the hit that Davis took, and that side damage to the right side door could be crucial for him as well.
Yeah, this Cup car is very strong though, usually can be buffed all the way out, fully back to 100% performance, so plenty of race left with something of this length. Plus they got the guaranteed yellow coming up pretty soon with the stage, so you just got to keep it on the lead lap here, Marty, and do as much damage repairs as you can.
Gonna step aside here, take our first break of the night. 20 laps complete. Second caution out here. Live coverage of the Universal 500 for the UIS Precision Speed Solutions Cup Series on Precision Entertainment. Stay with us. Back here at Daytona for the Universal 500, second caution out as 15 is Zachary Trevino taking the spin. Also involved in that one, Kai Collymore and Dorian Davis with more notable damage here. And let's check in with Axel Smith, our pit reporter here. Axel, how is the damage looking on those three?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, all of them really, I think the only person that really had bad damage is Zachary Trevino. But I don't even think he got wheel damage. So with the next gen, if you get wheel damage, that's really bad, but the body damage is really cosmetic. Everybody got body damage in that crash, and nobody's really going to be out of contention. We still got over 150 laps left, way over that, and they're going to get their damage fixed, and nobody's really hurt in this crash, to be honest.
Thank you, Axel. Well, Jeremy, this is where the first stage really starts to tighten up here. This is where the patience starts to get tested. Stage points are close enough to smell, but the risk is still massive. You can gain a point here, but at the same time, you can also lose the whole night.
Yeah, we find ourselves here in position where there's not going to be as many laps left, and there's a lot less time to get that work done. So if you're further in the back and you want these stage points here, you got to start making more aggressive moves. And if you're up front and you want to maintain that track position, you got to make the more aggressive blocks. So definitely going to see that racing tighten up a little bit, but I mean, they've been racing hard since the drop at the green. I don't know how much more aggressive it can get out of some of these guys.
Let's picture yourself here as a driver. Do you race hard for stage one, or do you keep the bigger picture in mind, which is obviously 500 miles?
I think everybody's got to be big picture racing here, but there's always that handful of guys that kind of get some tunnel vision in these spots and go for something that they probably shouldn't. We'll see what they do to the rest of the drivers on the track.
How about maybe for like the veterans of the series, the drivers that are returning to the series? Maybe they're back markers in some of those cookie cutter tracks, or like the intermediates or the short tracks. This is a race that they definitely can win. They want to take advantage of these points while they can.
Yeah, there's no reason to dodge around it too. Those guys are aware of it. They know when they come to a track like this, it's their best shot all season to get TV time. It's their best shot all season to get their sponsors on the screen. It's the best shot all season to run up front. It's the best shot all season to lead laps and win races. So they will do whatever they can to make it happen on this type of evening.
No retirees out of that. Some drivers exiting pit road to top off on fuel. The top three after the first caution that stayed out while everyone else pitted, it's still the top three. Brittany Schreckengoss, the race leader. Joseph Enright in second, Wyatt Thompson third, Damian Cisneros fourth, Joshua Carey in fifth, Jackson Brown sixth, Maxwell Funderburk is seventh, Carmelo Echevarria in eighth, Cody Banter ninth, and Asher Bunkley rounds out the top 10. 23 laps will go up on the board. 17 laps remain in stage number 1. First playoff point of the season up for grabs. Pace car on pit road. Enright's starting to have a little internet issues from the sounds of things as he just blinked out for a moment. We come back to green.
Not the best launch there for the outside lane, but you see the inside lane, 3 cars break away. It's going to allow them to slide on in. Really spread out start for the restart here. They know a huge wreck in the turn 1 though, even with
oh
the slow
no! 23 car involved. That's Echevarria, Funderburk, Brown. It's all started just inside the top 10, and this was just on a restart. Good grief.
Take another look at a Precision Speed Solutions replay here. Looking through the middle of the field, just outside the top 10 here. You see the 96 out there on the outside. He's going to be one of the core cars here. That's Jackson D. Brown. We saw him around. Yeah, he just came down and right ribbed the car on the inside lane.
That is a not clear situation. The 9 car up in the air as well.
I think he was just following the back bumper of that car in front of him. Let's see, another look at it here. You see Cisneros starts to pull down, and yeah, I think he's just kind of trapping as Cisneros was going down and turned a little bit too far down the racetrack. And I mean, he takes out a lot of good race cars with that move.
Martinez also got involved in that accident too. So Brown, Bryant, Cisneros, Funderburk, Ibanez. On board with the prime ride.
See a lot of smoke there, nowhere to go. He got hit from behind as he hit the 48 Martinez there, and they got some cars up in the air a little bit. You see some others though rolling through this clean a little bit further in the back. Sometimes, Marty, we talked about earlier, just a safe place to be.
That's Gilbert. Let the rear end go up in the air. We got some other angles here. Our speed shots in 1 and 2. Cautions, breeding cautions early in this one. Let's check back in here with Axel under this yellow flag here. And Axel, how tough can it be for a couple of drivers here that may be running near the front, you know, when it's just caution after caution situation? It can't be comfortable just pacing around for, what, 7 or 8 straight laps at 70 miles an hour?
Yeah, it definitely, it's probably just boring up there. You know, they don't see any, the only action they see is in the rearview mirror with all the wrecks and stuff. But, you know, it's honestly a good thing for them, though, because they just get to save fuel under caution. They get to extend all their fuel to definitely make it to the end of stage 1. And definitely they're probably getting bored, but, you know, they are definitely in a better spot than everybody else getting spun and wrecked and taken out of this race, because that last crash was hellacious. It took out a lot of big contenders there.
A lot of drivers on pit road here will stay with you here. Who are you noticing at the moment with some repairs?
Let's see. So for sure, the 97, he got T-boned. He was in the middle of the track. He got destroyed. A lot of people, 2 people got airborne because they got hit into so freaking hard. That was the 23 of Carmelo Echevarria. My apologies if I'm mispronouncing that. He's gonna have a lot of damage. He hit the wall a lot, got hit a lot from other cars, and yeah, it's gonna be a lot of people in this crash that are going to be out of contention for a lot of laps. They're going to have to get all this damage repaired.
So Third caution out here at Daytona. And that's going to leave us here, Jeremy, with just over 10 laps to go in the stage.
Yeah, it is. And you saw that shot there, pace car coming down the front straightaway. Some of our cars did not roll out of pit road there, so we'll add a few more names to the list of drivers a lap down. Well, not really. It was not a list. We will start a list of scenarios gets lapped there. I think he was the only driver to lose a lap out of his exchange with his damage. But just like you said, just over 10 to go in this stage. We've seen them wrecking hard on the green. We've seen them wrecking hard on the restarts, and you know, they just got to get these cars to the end of the stage. And I mean, frankly, they got to get these cars to lap 200, and they're not doing a very good job of that so far.
So lights are off as we come back to the restart. Glad you could join us on Precision Entertainment for all the action here this evening. It's the first race of the Precision Speed Solutions Cup Series for UIS. Marty Sakala, Jeremy Miller up here in the booth. Axel Smith working pit road, and DJ Lyon working behind the scenes. Been an interesting start to this one so far. A lot of drivers being patient, other drivers willing to take some risks.
I think that patience is going to be running even thinner. I think, you know, sometimes we get these like slew of yellows and guys calm down and, you know, reassess, refocus. I think Daytona is one of the few tracks where it does the opposite. You get impatient running around under yellow, and you want to go hard when it goes back green and take advantage of that unrestricted speed. And I think that's what leads to more and more wrecks. Is, you know, the famous saying, cautions do breed cautions, especially here at Daytona International Speedway.
Brady Schreckengoss, Wyatt Thompson, row 1. Joseph Enright, Josh Carey, row 2. Alexander Ortega, Henry Kalhoff, row 3. Max Ford, Luke Granite, row 4. Nicholas Rode, Calvin Harvey. That is the top 10. 13 to go when we take the green here in stage 1.
See a little bit of a teammate restart there on the front. That was the leader starting on the outside, dropping right back down to the bottom. Definitely orchestrated there. That's going to have Joseph Enright there on the outside. We'll see what he can do. No help to the outside line as here comes Schreckengoss in the 3.
Definitely tough for Schreckengoss, like he mentioned to us after the first caution flag, that doesn't really have any teammates with him tonight. He's all alone. Wyatt Thompson, a couple of teammates with him out of Max Motorsports, does have one driver out, that being Riley Maxwell. Chase Krall also in this race as well, so, but here comes a run from Carey. He's been liking the second groove throughout Speed Weeks, and he wants to crack at that race lead, coming to 12 to go in the stage.
Take a look inside the car of Max Ford here in the 11. He's given some pushes there on the outside lane to Carey, who you just mentioned. They're falling a little bit back right now. That's Enright. That's the third place car to his inside. So that's 2 cars clear of the leader now. About to be 3 cars with Enright, but Ford should get a good push here down the back straightaway. This is where you see the outside really take its charge. And Enright jumped in front of him.
Schreckengoss goes around in front of the pack. Carey involved, and same with the 07 of Enright. Everybody trying to dodge it. The 4 of Hall also gets a piece of it. And it's just getting worse and worse late in the stage. 4th caution flag flies.
Take another look at a Precision Speed Solutions replay. We're starting to wear that button out right now. We'll see what calls this one. Schreckengoss from the front of the field, facing the wrong direction. Most did a good job avoiding. Let's see here. You see that inside line was a little bit ahead. Enright jumped to the outside there to take up the run on the outside. They hung him out, and Schreckengoss kind of drifts up as he pulls back down after the car went to his outside, and they met in the middle.
Couple of hard hits there. Schreckengoss, definitely a tough break for him. Josh Carey with the meatball flag. He's out of this one. Another look here.
Yeah,
that car went up in the air.
That look right there doesn't show as much of the movement out of the 3. Definitely shows a lot more movement out of the 07. You know, it is the cars behind's prerogative to keep that line, but you see right here, the 3 definitely coming up a little bit on his own right before that contact.
While we still show you some other looks here, here's Max Ford, who is now 3rd at the moment.
Oh,
Great job to miss that.
That's the second time tonight he's had a close call with one of these, Marty. He's got to be counting those and running out of lives right now. And your luck does eventually run out here. I very rarely have had this many close calls in a race and gotten through it, and it's pretty early for him to be banking those in already.
While we wait, I do want to mention from our third caution, 3 drivers are out of this one. Maxwell Funderburg, Asher Bunkley, and Damian Cisneros. Out of that caution flag, Josh Carey I mentioned, took a boatload of damage on the right side. He's out of this one. Bring Axel back in as Schreckengoss, I would have to assume would come down pit road this time, the leader in the race. I see some left front damage, but actually, you know what? I take that back. I see a lot of front damage. Other than that, I don't know if I see anything else, though.
Yeah, I saw him. He got T-boned. It wasn't that big of a collision. After he got spun and hit the wall, very hard collision. Surprised he didn't have engine damage. He got hit on the side, but that's not really concerning. It's mostly the front end damage. And one person I'd like to note is Jason Hall. I was talking about tire sets and just getting spun and stuff. You know, Jason Hall had minimal contact with other drivers. He doesn't have any damage from it, but he got spun and had to lock down his tires a lot for a long while. So most likely he's going to take tires. If he doesn't, he's probably going to take it at the end of the stage, but he is pretty flat spotted, destroyed tires.
So there's the update there. Shrek Goss with the front tires towed out bad. It's Hall's second spin of the night was involved, and I believe it was our first caution we had.
It's lap 30 and we're losing track already, Marty. It's not
Yes, absolutely.
not trending in the right direction there for a 200 lap race at Daytona.
Yeah, 4th caution of the day. The patience, I think it's clear it's out the window. But now we're starting to head into the final laps here of the stage. You know, I think it's safe to say that the drivers right now are not protecting their equipment. Some of them are definitely getting restless.
Yeah, I don't know if they think they have the fast repair sitting in there, but they don't. I definitely leaning on it pretty hard early here, but you know, Marty, I gotta say, the wrecks, I don't know how much of it has been pure aggression as much as it's just been mistakes and bad spots. And we had the one that was a bad push, but we've had 2 where guys just misjudged where the car next to them was and made some contact that really just shouldn't have happened.
Here's a look at Daytona up from Google Earth. Just near the beach here, Lake Lloyd in the infield. The best place you can go racing, you can go fishing, have a concert. You see out in the Tri-Oval infield, it's the Supercross layout. Whatever year that Google Earth had this, took this satellite photo, but Daytona can just host about everything when it comes to racing.
Yeah, everything when it comes to racing, as you mentioned, beyond that as well. Great music venue. You got some music festival there right now this weekend. So, you know, Daytona is a very multifaceted venue, and it is ever evolving more and more. It's not quite to the standards, I would say, of IMS just yet, but Daytona gets better and better as they keep adding more and more to the facility.
So set for the green, and there'll be under 10 laps to go here at stage 1 at Daytona. So Wyatt Thompson, now the leader here as we come back to the green flag with Schreckengoss out of this one. Schreckengoss and Enray were able to keep their cars going. Josh Carey could not, and it's a long time for him on pit road. So Thompson, Kalhoff, row number 1. Max 4, Nicholas Rode, row 2. Aiden Covarrubia and Alex Ortega, row 3. Hector Colarzo and Luke Grannon, row 4. Kai Collymore and Calvin Harvey round out the top 10.
Yeah, been a quiet run for Ortega so far, but here we are coming close to a lap that pays, and he finds himself up front in that 5th position. We'll see what he can do from that inside line, get that line moving, but pace car is going to pull in here, Marty, and we'll go back green.
So there will be 8 laps to go in stage 1. of the Universal 500. Thanks for staying up late with us, folks. We're back to green.
Collymore slow on the outside lane. Bunch of cars passing the inside. That'll trigger some black flags. He drops all the way to the back of the field. Thompson, meanwhile, out too far in front. We'll see what happens if he gets swallowed up as these cars draft back up to him here for turns 1 and 2.
Seeing a lot of black flags being clear here in this situation. So Collymore with the possible issue at the moment, but Thompson commands the troops, followed by Ford and Kalhoff. One on most of the drivers on the low side at the moment. I'm counting a dozen or so. Up top, first driver that outside is Kalhoff, looking for the help from Road. Only scored in 4th at the moment.
Saw a little further back there. Cobb not looking to make a third lane work. Not going to have any help there. He gets sliced out. There's Martinez doing the same. Also going to go backwards. He'll side draft hard on Trevino, trying to maintain that position, but nobody willing to go meet that third line. Just as I say that, though, here comes some troops up to the outside lane. That's Helms in the 7. He's working his way back forward, too.
Kalhoff out to the point in the 76 for the first time today. Bump draft coming from Road, and the bump drafts with the recent iRacing updates that we've seen here, Jeremy, you've got to be picture perfect on those bump drafts as Kalhoff cuts down low.
Yeah, skill gap is bigger than it's ever been at plate tracks. It's less of a lottery than it has been in the past with the way that this car has become tougher to position in the right situations and the improved aerodynamics allowing the better plate racers to have more control of their own destiny. You see up front, though, some hard pushing here still on the inside line. Kalhoff has a fistful there on the back bumper right now, but on the outside lane, Road in the 90 is going to try to take the lead.
Now, as we start to get into the final laps of stage 1, obviously we're seeing a lot of risky bump drafting. Covarrubias, I should say, lifting Rhodes' rear wheels off the ground, but we haven't seen this too much yet. Is it worth blocking hard this early, Jeremy?
Now we'll see here, Road decides not to do it. That's going to allow the 18 down to the inside line, but he's a little bit far out front right now. Helps coming just down, Kalhoff to the back bumper. They're still going to be side by side for that lead right here with Road and Cal. Oh, they got squirrely right there on the exit though. There was another little big punch there. I think that was Collazo into the back bumper of the 90.
Yeah, that was a close call for the 56 of Corey Lyles in that Kroger ride. Almost got sideways there, almost lost the car. Collazo now with help from Tyler Helms in the number 7, back up to the front, looking for a chance at a stage 1 win. Collazo up 31 spots, started back in the 32nd position I have on my end, and now leading the Universal 500 for the first time today.
Tim and Helms drop to the bottom. Trevino stays up high with help from Kovnat. He's going to pull in the third now on the bottom.
Oh boy!
Tight hole right there. He barely squeezed into that spot. That leaves the 91 of Kovnat leading that outside line. We'll see if they get formed back up and surge back forward here. Coming to, what's this, 4 to go here in the stage.
Covarrubias once again getting a little bit sideways. This may only be stage 1, folks, but pride points and track position all on the table here as we head to the break.
Kovnat still just not quite able to generate that momentum just yet. We'll see if they get a better push here down the back straightaway right now at that line. That's Lyles in that Kroger car trying to get to that back bumper and keep it forward, but they're not really going anywhere. Still side by side with Road in the 90.
Kovnat now leading the top. It's got Lyles, also Aiden Curran up there as well in the 1. Same with Martinez in the 48. Can they make it work? We'll just have to see what happens. 3 to go in stage 1.
Dropping back ever so slightly. He'll get a car to jump up in front of him. That's Covarrubias in the 18. We'll see if he can pull forward with Kovnat pushing out behind. Right now, this is the best time. You have a really cool engine there at the 91 who's leading that line for a while, so she'll be able to push really hard on the back bumper of that 18. Don't want to push too hard there. He's a little out of line. We see some nose damage on that 18. We talked about that earlier, Marty. Looks like he gave somebody a little bit too big of a push and pushed that in on the nose.
It could be downforce, especially off of those Toyota Camrys. But the high side's coming all the way up to 4th. Covarrubias could be up to 3rd in just a moment with Trevino, who spun moment, and I believe it was the second caution of the race moments ago. And now Collazo comes up to cut the top off as he notes that Covarrubias got a very fast car. 2 laps to go. Pits are closed for the rest of the stage.
That's going to give Helms a free look at the lead on the inside lane. He has a help from Trevino in that 15 right now. He's pushing side by side for the lead right now. And they're wrecking it behind the finish stage.
No caution at them. Caution flag flies. Funderburk and Brown. And that should do it here for stage 1. Yes, it does. The stage ends early due to the caution. 5th yellow flag flies. And it looks like Tyler Helms was out in front.
Yeah, it was just ever so slightly in front. We'll take another look at a Precision Speed Solutions replay right here. Got 97 down there on his bottom there, wrecking there on the outside. 96 involved in another one here, Marty.
That was Jackson Brown with the 96, and I think Collymore may have gotten a piece of it, if not, no. But yep, saw Bryant, Funderburk, that 97 you mentioned as well.
Yeah, this is actually a huge break for Collymore. He was going to get lapped in a matter of moments if that went green, possibly. So, looking like this will save him. We're going to be on Lord here with Jackson Brown. See, he's just back here trying to keep his car in one piece, get to the end of the stage, not race for any points, just wanting not to wreck. And he manages to get caught up in this. We'll see what he did. Well, he jumped to the outside, so I guess he wanted to go for spots on the last 2 laps, and he paid the price for that decision.
Thread the needle. He tried to go all through the fire and flames. If you know, you know. But instead, let's just say that the guitar solo came to a screeching halt.
Yeah, I just don't think I saw much of anything that he was going to be able to go for there. Just a bit over aggressive for relatively meaningless track position at this point in the race. And luckily for him, it doesn't put the car on the hook, and he will continue to fight on another day.
Pit stops coming in just a couple of moments, and I would have to guess that we would expect everyone coming in here to top off on fuel, but it's Tyler Helms out in front, the Clash winner, the Duel 2 winner, now the Stage 1 winner. And so here comes a majority of the field, if not everybody, and we will send things down to Axel Smith.
It looks like Aiden Corabia just got on the grass and he missed his pit stop. That is a terrible entry into pit road. It's gonna make him go all the way to the back. He's the one that had the front end damage leading the line earlier. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Everybody's gonna pit here. You know, with that last part of stage 1, it was relatively clean, even though they did have a wreck. I think everybody's gonna get fuel here, and we might have a long run after this.
A couple of drivers with some long stops as well. Helms, one of them. No, not sure if this is either optional repair he's taking or if this is a penalty that he took, but... Oh no, he said bathroom? Did he actually say bathroom? So I don't have actually the iRacing chat in my ear, but... See, that's one thing you can do in iRacing that you can't do in NASCAR. Take a bathroom break. Once Tyler gets back on, we'll try and check in with him if we can. But Zachary Trevino, wins the race off of pit road. It's followed by Nicholas Rode in second, Corey Lyles third, Henry Kalhoff fourth, Hector Colazzo fifth, Nicholas Martinez sixth, Max Ford seventh, Jason Hall in eighth, Aaron Kovnat in ninth, and Logan Brink in 10th.
See Oldboard Helms here rolling back to the field. Yeah, he'll try to push that back up to the front of the track position as quickly as he can, Marty. And, you know, as he said, it's a luxury of sim racing that he can just jump out of the seat real quick and do that.
Absolutely. So now that we're in the break, let's take a look at the recap here of the first stage here, Jeremy. A lot of lead changes, but also at the same time, a lot of wrecks.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely have seen some hard racing all throughout the pack, and that's going to lead to the lead changes and the wrecks, and, you know, we're getting rewarded with an entertaining product from it, but you got to think from the driver's perspective, they're not going to be happy every time they get caught up in one of these, and we've had a few guys, unfortunately, call an early end to their night with the way that they've been racing this hard so far.
Obviously, we mentioned Helms looking strong. Who else looks strong from your perspective at the moment?
Yeah, I think, you know, we've seen Ortega be up there a lot. I think Trevino has shown a lot of speed driven through that field multiple times where Collimore's been aggressive but fast. I think that 11 max forward, though, he just seems to have that, you know, lucky streak tonight missing those wrecks, and he's had a lot of speed.
Axel, same question to you. Who's looking strong on your end? Now we'll get back to Axel in just a little bit. Look at the biggest movers here at the moment. Nicholas Road up 28 spots, currently in second. C-Max Ford up 25, 26 spots. Chase Crawl, same, up 25. A bunch of drivers up over 10 spots.
You know, we'll see those numbers moving all night as these drivers move up and down through those running orders, and they'll figure out at the end of the night where we'll rest. But you know, you'll see a guy minus 20 on a run and then take it all back in just a few laps with his line making the right move.
So reset the field as we come back to the green flag. Everybody pitting under this stage break. This next stage will end at lap 90. Trevino the leader. Nicholas Road, row 1. Henry Kalhoff, Corey Lyles, row 2. Nicholas Martinez, Hector Collazo, row 3. Jason Hall, Max Ford, row 4. Logan Brink, Wyatt Thompson round out the top 10. Stage number 2 in the Universal 500, after just under an hour of racing, is underway.
See another strong launch on that inside line. Outside still trying to get Ford up and going. That's Martinez right there into the back of Kalhoff trying to get the lane going. You see they're side by side with Ford. He restarted all the way back in that 9th position right now. So that inside line is surged forward quite a bit very early here.
Collazo trying to get a push on the outside. Looks like he has the help now by the 76 of Kalhoff, but Trevino cuts up top, opens up the door for Corey Lyles, the 56, who's yet to lead this one. 3 wide further back. Go ahead.
We saw 56 coming on strong at the end of that first stage. Yeah, I think he's going to try to make himself a fixture here at the front, but you did mention that 3 wide in the back. Guess who it is? Ortega and Collymore. They have been 2 of the best and most aggressive cars so far tonight. They're going to try to come forward. They only have 1 car up there helping them, though.
76 trying to get a run underneath. Now it's Martinez also involved in an instant. Oh boy, hang on there, Trevino. Bad bump draft, bobbled off for 2 moments ago, makes a great save. 1 driver dropped into the back, meanwhile, that being Joseph Enright. But it's Collazo and Martinez, they cut down low. Jason Hall, who's been in a pair of spins tonight, somehow right in the 4th spot.
Yeah, great recovery very quickly there for that 4. So right now he's just going to try to keep that headed forward, leading that line right now, getting some clean air to the nose of that race car, and a good push in behind there from Brink. That's a name we have not mentioned so far tonight. He finds himself up inside the top 10.
Stacking out here, double wide at the moment, but Collymore again, still trying to get that high side to work. 3 drivers up there besides Collymore and Ortega. That's Aiden Curett in the 1. Hall, first driver the outside line, battling for the 5th spot with Lyles. Side by side. Both side a little bit squirrely for right now here at the moment, Jeremy.
Yeah, just not the most formed up right now. But you see right now, way out in front, Collazo is somehow surged ahead of Martinez. That's going to allow this outside lane. The surge is, they're just not really getting to the back bumper of the 17. And I wonder if Martinez in that 48 and second is saving fuel. Doesn't really seem to any other reason he wouldn't be able to get to the back bumper of that 17 with the 15 so close to his back bumper.
Well, let's talk about that right now because this is a 50-lap stage. The fuel window just around 38 to 42 laps. Compared to the past couple of races we've had throughout Speed Weeks, it's the first time all throughout this duration that the fuel is at 100%. There is no 75% fuel limit like there was at the duels that made everyone pit around lap 29, lap 30. Made everybody try and save fuel in duel number 2. I think we may start to see that here in the 500 to see if drivers can stretch it out.
Yeah, I don't think they'll make that number based on what we're seeing from 2 miles so far, but they can definitely save to minimize how much fuel they need on that stop to get to the end of the stage, which is where you can make some time and maybe steal some points by jumping out in front of the field. Oh, big moments in the back of this pack, though, just off our screen. Saw that out the window. The 45 had a huge one. He's still struggling there in line, trying to get that car headed in a stable direction.
Let's get back to this the stage situation here and the strategy for this stage. Do you possibly consider pitting 10 laps or 15 laps into the stage, and that way you're good to go the distance the rest of the stage and not even have to worry about it?
It just depends on what you're going to do with a group of cars around you. You can't make a strategy call by yourself here, so you got to have a group of guys that are going to do it with you, and if you're going to make a call like that, you better be an efficient line of race cars and run competitive lap times with the lead pack.
So it's Collazo still leading over Martinez. Trevino third, Hall trying to get something to work with in fourth with, look who's behind him now. Haven't talked about him too much in this race, but Logan Brink, past Universal 500 winner, or past series champion, up there as well for a chance to take the lead.
Yeah, Brink just kind of finding himself in a good spot right there off the back bumper of Hall. Saw him poking his nose to the outside on the entry corner, not trying to make a move, just getting some clean air, get that engine back cooled off so he can push down the straightaway like he is now, and he's going to get Hall the edge out in front of Collazo to lead this lap.
Low side getting a little bit squirrely there, going through the tri-oval. But it's Hall leading, big bump trap from Thompson once again to Logan Brink, who's won the Universal 500 twice. Both in 2024, one in season 3. In March of that year, same year in October, back in season 6.
You got Lyles Barron.
He's one of the best super speedway drivers, I should say, as well, in this next gen era. 4 wins, a 5.4 average finish, going on into today.
That's had great runs, and you see him right now up front, taking that lead in the 24. He'll lead this time by. Right now, he's going to keep that car on the outside, so we'll see that outside kind of pull ahead here. You can every once in a while kind of get a train around the outside lane, but as I mentioned that, they're going to fan out to the bottom. That's Zure going for the lead now. But look at the help in behind Brink. That's Collymore. He has found his way all the way back to the front once again, and Ortega in behind him has followed suit.
He's just about tandem drafting there through turns 1 and 2. So Collymore back up to second. Ortega now third. The 2 cut down low, and same with Aiden Carrot. Go for the race lead once again here at Daytona, and Brink is left out to dry. Not a lot of help. It now comes from Nicholas Rowe to see if Brink gets a little bit of a push to find his way back up near the front.
And we're going to lead this time by inside line first. 4 or 5 cars now clear of the outside lane, so we've shuffled out quite a bit. You see they're going to start jumping up in front of Brink now, so Brink's going to get shuffled even further back in his own line after he was leading just a moment ago. That's how quickly it can change here. They make a move to hang you out, and you're lift looking neat in the recover back to that track position.
The 40XL iRacing team, 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Collymore, Ortega, Kira. Now Kira cuts up. We had one other driver in this field, but did not start, that being Emerson Crowley. As you're right on board here with Logan Brink.
Aiden
Cabarrubia also up there, risky bump draft, and Cabarrubia almost got forced out of there. Those calls there as now we're a quarter of a way through the Universal 500.
And the goal here for the 1 and 39 is going to be staying side by side, but not letting a third lane develop while doing so, keeping the whole field pinned in behind them. But you see the 18 trying to look to that rear of the 1. If he gets some help from Brink, they might be able to hang Carrot out and send him shuffling in the middle lane if nobody goes with him.
With this being a fuel-saving stage here, Jeremy, this is where it's a tough 50-50 question. Would you rather run up front and burn fuel because you're holding the gas pedal wide open, or would you sit in line behind the leaders and save fuel?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really a balance. You can kind of race and save fuel at the same time too. You actually save more fuel in the middle of that pack, all packed up tightly, than you do straggling around the back. Like you see some of those guys with space in between them and off their back bumper. You don't save as much fuel because of that air not being as packed around your race car. So you see somewhere like right there with Thompson and the two. That's about the spot where you can save the most fuel in this pack.
Drivers working on lap traffic, putting a lap on Brady Schreckengost, a victim of the third caution flag of the day, while leading. Big cut up from Collymore for that dry air and a big side draft at the same time from Brown to the 96 mid-pack just outside the top 10.
Still side by side for the lead right there right now, though you see Collymore's kind of flipped the script here. He's gotten to the outside there in front of his teammate there, Currit, and actually Currit dropped to the bottom, so he flipped positioning there. I wonder if that had something to do with cooling for trying to get some air to Ortega for a little bit, but that's going to pull the outside lane all the way forward, and Ortega, though, as I mentioned, looks like he's got some temps. He's pushing the way back forward, but that's a bad push to his teammate.
That got risky there from Ortega to Currit, and the low side just loses a lot of steam. Collymore. High side now gets squirrely. Here comes Cabarrubia underneath the top spot. The 18 out to the point. Kira gets back in. Same with Ortega and Christian Zarate as well.
You see just 3 cars really right there on the outside line right now. There's going to be Ortega, though, poking to the outside right now of Kira. Let's see if the one goes with him or if he's going to stay put there in behind the 18 on the bottom. But Ortega actually follows right back down on that inside. Top's got to form back up and get that momentum back rolling, but they might be getting in line, starting to look at pit stops as that top is really thinned out.
Bring in Axel once again. Jackson Brown now on pit road. I don't know if this is a scheduled pit stop or not. He's got 2 tires on at the moment. I believe he's going to try and pit now to go to the rest of the stage, but the risk is he's all alone. And we'll check in with Axel in just a moment, but yeah, that's definitely this strategy call for Brown here, Jeremy, definitely backfired.
Yeah, I mean, just no help, so it's just going to be the slowest car on the racetrack with no draft, and he will pay the price for that as we still have a lot of time left in the stage, and as long as it runs green, he is in trouble.
And Brown, victim, and goes a lap down as a result. So the eyes shift back up to the front of the field.
Oh, he's spinning on the apron!
Oh no! He saved it though.
Yeah, he did hold on to it. He almost could have wrecked the entire field right there. That was almost really, really bad for Brown in the 96.
Too much throttle, you would have to say, as he just dirt tracked it through turn number 2. Be a lot of marbles up there as well. Not too sure what happened, but the eyes are back up near the front, and one driver nearly caught the wall as we go to replay what happened here, Jeremy.
Yes, the 96 just leaving pit road here on this Precision Speed Solutions replay once it pulls up, and he's going to just get on the gas a little bit past it there, but he got really sideways. He had just throttled up way too hard on the flat part of the surface and he was in a lot of trouble. I'm surprised he held on to it.
A couple of tandem drafts happening. Collymore pushing Ortega. Cabarrubia giving a big bump draft to the 2 of Thompson. That sent the 2 squirrely there for just a moment. Watching back with the 96 of Brown as he tried to merge back in line with, I think that's Jacob Bryan and Chase Krull, who have lost the draft of the lead pack.
He lost so much time when he almost spun on that apron. Didn't even get with those guys. It was when he was leaving pit road for 1 and 2 the lap before where he had those issues.
Brown was able to get back with the two other cars, and you know, I'm looking here at the times compared to the front of the field. There's no fuel saving going on at the moment. There's no 80% throttle right now, which is really, really good to see.
Yeah, definitely going to give us the best product racing like that. Outside lane actually started to get back going here. You see Brink working on the outside with Currit right there, and they got Road in behind. The Hall's there in line. Horvath's coming back up. Lyle's back to the front, so he dropped that early. So some guys starting to move their way back forward. You got to think they're trying to get some track position before they make that important pit stop. Because after that stop, they're going to be racing hard to the finish, and it's going to be a short sprint.
So only one driver pitting early with the fuel window opening up here. I'm looking at right now here at the moment, Jeremy, Probably the latest to pit right now, if you want a really good shot at getting the stage win, would probably be lap 70. So we're looking at just about 10 laps from now.
Yeah, definitely keep an eye on that as we get to that point in the window. Still gonna have 30 to go in the stage when we come by, just a few laps here. So Ortega out front, Collymore in behind. I think those two are the cars to beat right now. They got their teammate Kira leading the outside lane.
Ortega feeling comfortable at the moment. 29 cars in this lead backpack. The caboose, Connor Lasco in the 98, just 2 seconds back. Actually, as I say that, Brady Schreckengast also in that pack as well. So this pit call here is not just when are we stopping, it's who is stopping with us. And like we just saw it there, Jeremy, a fast stop does not help if you leave pit road with no friends.
No, it does not. So definitely have to have those friends, and that's where teammates being up front in a group like this are going to be
Here we go.
more effective. Yep, they're peeling off this time.
As I say that, a couple of drivers come in. Calvin Harvey, Nicholas Martinez, Hector Colazo. Couple of lockups at the same time. Max Ford, Tyler Helms, all on pit road. I don't know if Axel is back yet. Axel, do you copy? We'll watch the pit stops here. Go ahead.
It's going to be close on speed for a couple of those guys there. You saw that lockup, and that's also going to force you to maybe consider taking tires. Doesn't really matter when you get on the banking, but where the tires do make a difference is leaving pit road on that apron.
What's harder here as we start to see the stops? Getting to pit road or getting back up to speed?
I don't think either is overly difficult, honestly, but I think you'll see more mistakes entering pit road than you ever will leaving pit road typically.
Who's next? This entire pack stays out. So we saw 5 cars make a pit stop there. Fuel only for everyone in that situation. Top 3 all single file. As I say that, Thompson tries to cut up. Opens the door for Cabarrubia to go for 3rd.
See that look on the outside lane behind Ortega. Great look at the entire pack down the back straightaway. A little bit of bobbing and weaving from both lanes. It's Collymore Ortega side by side for the lead. They are teammates. Thompson, that's due. He's found his way back into the picture, pushing on that outside lane behind the 39.
Oh no! Collymore into the 18 in a row they go. Caution flag flies in the middle of green flag pit stops.
Yes, it does, and some more contact there late. I think the 47 of Cesar got in there a little late with some more contact to the 18, so some heavy hits here. I think everybody's going to get out of it relatively unscathed in the grand scheme of things when a car gets turned in front of the entire field at Daytona.
It's the second crash in the front of the field tonight.
Yeah, just bad push, turns him in front of the field. Oh, I didn't see that hit. That's going to be some heavy right front wheel damage likely to whoever that was.
Thompson set up the push. 6 caution flag waves here today at Daytona, the first one of stage 2. This is from the back of Collymore.
Take a look here. You see Thompson offset to the right now, which is a little more where you want to be in. Just comes back to the left right there. Hard to tell on that angle if the 39 had any movement up on his own or not, or if it was just the contact from Thompson. You see that contact there was the 18 and the 47 too late, and that wreck just ran out of options to avoid it.
And Jeremy, this is going to be just the yellow flag that the 5 drivers we were talking about who stopped on lap 60 wanted. Harvey, Colazo, Martinez, Helms, and Ford. They'll be able to stay out here as the rest of the field will come in and top off on fuel. Well, the free pass should be Jackson Brown.
Yeah, they'll cycle Hall. Right back through. Hall is going to have a great look at this one. You see a little bit further back in the pack. Got smoke on his screen right there. Not sure exactly where he's going to go to do it. Let's slow it down here. See Collymore spinning to the inside. Still has one wrecking up here on front of him on the outside. Just gets far enough left to miss it.
Wow. Another great dodge tonight. As I mentioned, top 5 staying out. Watch the pit stops here. Thompson wins the race off of pit road. Zarate comes out second. Ortega third. Echevarria fourth. Luke Grannon in fifth. See how the rest of the damage looks for the other drivers.
See some real shuffling.
Let's bring in Axel here once again. Axel, like I mentioned just moments ago, that pit stop definitely what the 5 drivers wanted who pitted before the yellow, and they were still on the lead lap.
Yeah, those drivers are going to get a big break here. You know, up front, this wreck really on the bottom, it was a lot of pushing. That I thought that was where the wreck was going to come from, but then the top happened, and that's where the wreck actually came from. It looks like, honestly, the 18 of Aiden, he's probably going to get the most damage here. He was really an innocent driver in this wreck. He's going to get the most damage. Wyatt Thompson had a great wreck avoidance, isn't going to get any. And Kai Collymore might have some damage. He's going to have just a little bit, but a lot of these drivers are just going to have a lot of overheated tires. And like you said, the people in the back, those guys that just pitted, they're going to be in a great spot.
You do see those drivers that just pitted on the center of our screen right now, so that's going to leave the lead of our race in hands with our 00 of Calvin Harvey. So quite a flip there. I don't think we've seen him really at all tonight, but Colazo, Martinez, Helms, those cars we have seen up front throughout the night will get some track position here late in the stage.
So we can eliminate the pit road talk here for the rest of this stage, and we'll reset the field here as we come back to green. As I mentioned, top 6 drivers, correction. Nope, top 5, I mean, stayed out. Calvin Harvey, Hector Colazo, Nicholas Martinez, Tyler Helms, Max Ford. They'll bring the field back to green. Thompson 6th, Zarate 7th, Ortega 8th, Echevarria 9th, and Grannon in 10th. Beautiful sunset at Daytona as we're approaching 8 o'clock in sim time. Glad you could join us here on Precision Entertainment. Marty Sakala, Jeremy Miller, Axel Smith, DJ Lyon, our producer this evening. Checking in with a couple of drivers here as actually yet into the chat. If you're watching right now, let us know who you're rooting for here tonight. Hello to Carlos, S-Man, and see who else. Riley watching after he was eliminated in the first caution flag. Sealand fan checking in as well. Mike room for the KDR drivers. Hello to Peter and Brendan. Good night of action here at Daytona. Field make their way off turn number 4. We'll come back to the green flag in just a couple moments. 31 drivers still remain on the lead lap. We have 4 drivers out of the race. Josh Carey, Asher Bunkley, Damian Cisneros, and Riley Maxwell. Harvey fires back to green.
See Martinez jumping up behind Colazo there off the back of Harvey in the lead. They're going to move to the outside here. Ford, the only car on the bottom until about the 10th position, but he has Ortega coming down there to help him now. Still looking off the back of our leader. We'll see how this forms up down the back straightaway as we come up to speed.
So you see the Sky High Racing team working together in 2nd through 4th. Actually, check that 1 through 4, I should say. Last driver we knew that was in the 00 as well. A past driver 2, Finnegan Myers, not in this race tonight. But they're all working together up top. Max Ford's got some help with the baby bottom. That's Luke Grannon in the 10. Actually, check, that's Ortega on the 32, my apologies. And Ford
Ortega
leads its first lap of the day.
Ortega had a big push to Ford there out of 4, got him a little squirrely, but stayed in it, kept the momentum rolling, and they're going to take the lead of that race. They're both going to be clear on the inside right now. Harvey stayed true to the outside lane, and he is going to pay for it, falling back to the 4th position now. He is side by side, clinging on to the top 5.
And Ford pulling away just a little bit, but he may be too far out in front. Those 2 car lengths on Ortega. Yep, there it is. Easy slingshot by the 32. And a big side draft, a little kiss to the door.
Ortega's not playing around there. Aggressive move to the top. You see, that car is strong, and I think one of the biggest ways you can see that is he gets in clean air. It just takes the guy behind him a while to get to his back bumper, and a little bit of a moment there. Collazo was thinking about 3 wide, I think, but decides better of it and pulls back in line, 3rd line on the outside. Ford and Ortega still racing side by side for that lead as we're coming to 20 to go in the stage in just a couple of laps.
Absolutely, just a little bit from it. You know, let's talk about it as well, the team groups right now. Obviously, the most notable team we're watching here is Sky High Racing. 00 of Harvey, 17 Collazo, 7 of Helms, 48 Martinez. It looks like they've got a plan where they all want to work together here at the moment.
Definitely looking to work with one another. On board with the 7 of Helms on that outside lane. He had a close moment right there. I know you saw what I saw too there, Marty, off the back of that car, but they're still headed there on the outside lane. He's got a big push here to Martinez on the outside, going to try to get him in front of Ortega for the lead.
First time tonight, we just about saw the drivers go 3 by 3 by 3, and it's only lap 69. Typically see that with about 10 to 15 to go. But a new leader out in front, Nicholas Martinez in the 48, getting shoved by Helms in the 7. Couple of drivers getting sideways there. And look who is back up in 3rd after a big spin and just about a big hit in the last caution flag. Kai Collymore says he's A-okay. He's in 3rd with Kieran, his teammate, behind.
And he's going to keep going until he's got the wheel off the thing or puts it in victory lane at this rate. I mean, he is driving it for all it's worth right now, but you got to think eventually if he keeps having the issues he has, could end up on the hook, but has not deterred him so far. You'll see he makes the move to the bottom now, picking up Harvey on that inside. He's going to challenge for the race lead.
Big block from Martinez at the same time. This allows the teammates to get side by side for the race lead, but now Collymore shoving Martinez away from his teammate at the moment. And does Martinez move up to the outside, or does he hug that double yellow line?
Not going to matter. Collymore wants a position, he'll take it. And there he goes to the outside. Helms coming to him. It'll be interesting to see if the 7's willing to push Collymore. He does get to the back bumper of that 39. They'll be side by side for the race lead again here. Advantage to Collymore and Helms on the outside.
But now Martinez with 2 teammates behind, and Collymore, he does have in that same line Kieran in the 1. As well as the 4 of Jason Hall as well.
Collymore fell into a trap right there, saw his teammate make a move and said he wanted to go with his teammate, but the line was not formed up and it was not the right decision. That'll move Helms to the point in the 7. Here's Thompson in the 2 and Hall in the 4 working the outside now as that line just continues to cycle forward with new race cars.
And Hall does have his teammate behind him. It's Kendorian Davis in the number 5 machine. They'll be able to work together to try and make their way near the front again. As I mentioned, Riley Maxwell out of the race. This is the Mach 5 group of drivers, and now we're seeing the drivers go
47's out of the race car. Huge hit, outside wall, no yellow, but the 47 is definitely done. He's going to pull off down the pit road. They're still almost wrecking behind him as he tries to get down there.
We'll see what happened here with Cesar in just a couple of moments, but here's a look. It was just 3 wide. It's right next to the door of the 56 and Lyles.
He was pulling up the brink in that 24, lifts. Trevino was right there behind him. Lyles coming on that inside. We're under yellow right now live. Just going to finish off this replay here. Just got turned by Lyles and shot back up into the outside lane. I did not see what put us under yellow, however, here.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything either here unless this is just either this is a race control thrown yellow. So I would have guessed that the accident with Cesar should have been thrown a caution flag. However, though, it was not by iRacing, so our 7th caution flies here on lap 73.
Sounds like race control threw it a lap late for the incident at hand, and driver's not too happy about it as, you know, they were racing green, and, you know, a caution was clear of the track for almost a minute, Marty, before yellow came out, and I do understand the frustration there.
Absolutely. So James Cesar with a very heavy hit.
So bigger news here, the 3 of Brady Schreckengoss should be our free pass, Marty, so that'll put him back on the lead lap. And once again, with this yellow, another opportunity to do some more repairs to that race car. There's still a lot of race left. He could get that thing good again.
Absolutely, we'll just have to see what happens. Pit road should be open this time. Now everyone is good to go the distance here in stage 2. See if we get any takers here. So there's Schreckengoss, who we're on board with. That's the free pass car. Definitely, like you mentioned, Jeremy, something that he'll definitely use to his advantage, especially if he has any optional repair time left underneath his black and green number 3.
Could take some fuel and tires here, Marty, and then try to take less fuel under that stage. I'll see if anybody wants to do that. Try to flip their track position in 20 laps. Looks like the 11 of Ford might be thinking that's just the call to make here.
Ford comes in, same with Kovnat, Cabarrubia, Acavaria, and more. Send things back down here to Axel.
Yeah, we got some nose damage on that 11 too, and he's going to probably buff out. See splitter kind of come and push back up into, and yeah, he's going to sit there and take those repairs. He's just got some more cars leaving pit stops. He's got that car buffing out. Shouldn't be any more than a few more seconds in the pit box for 11, though. Very minor damage.
A couple of drivers overshooting their box. One of them was Banta in the 45, race off pit road. Won by Kovnat in the 91. Cabarrubia second, Acavaria third, Banta fourth, Trevino fifth. So Kovnat will restart right now in the 18th position. Step aside and take a break. Lap 74 of 200. The Universal 500. Tyler Helms out in front. Stay with us on Precision Entertainment. .74 laps complete this time here at Daytona for the Universal 500. When we come back to green, 15 laps to go in stage 2. Gives us a chance to remind you that next week the Universal Cup Series will be at Michigan International Speedway for the Burnt Rubber Racing Warehouse 200 100-lap show. And what I have on my the horsepower will be upgraded to 737 horsepower. So we hope you join us for that one. Start time and unofficial start time is set for 9 p.m. right here on Precision Entertainment.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what more power does in a track like that. I love that track. It's one of my favorite race tracks. I like the tracks where you don't have to put a lot of wheel in it, keep the car nice and wide throughout the entire corner, but that extra horsepower, though, gonna put a little more in the driver's hands, takes them out of the aerodynamic racing that we're used to seeing and accustomed to with this 7th generation race car.
Personally grew up as a kid going to this racetrack, a phenomenal facility, great atmosphere. Here's a fun fact about MIS as we go into next week. One year, I think it was 2021, eNASCAR brought iRacing booths out there, and when there wasn't any racing going on, I would just hang out there. I wouldn't even go shopping or look at any driver activations. I was just there all the time, and on the Sunday up when they had the Cup cars, I had the fastest time on the sim. So
And
I
look
can
on board. Look at that water jug. Maxwell Thunderberg there with keeping himself hydrated. You can see a nice little collection of some die-cast Eldora framed poster back there. Sorry, not framed, just leaning up on the wall with a little bit of shadow. But he's kind of just been hanging around here tonight, Marty. We haven't seen too much of him. And yes, it is DJ Producer. The jug is larger than his head.
pace car is in. Back to green.
You see them side by side right there, and you know, sometimes you just kind of leave and come back with that and can get into a better spot, but right now up front is still, oh man, the inside line is cleared them more than they have on any other. Collymore has dropped way back there with Ortega and his teammate.
First four cars on the bottom. Big cut down from Martinez and a couple of other drivers. One car to the outside, it's Collymore leading that top.
Yeah, right there, really good push right now for Collymore on the outside. They quickly got that momentum rolling back forward and coming stronger now. Ortega with a big moment in that corner, just able to keep it square on the 39 though, even with that happening.
Helms leads to the left of the line, but a big push from Collymore from his teammate. And the 40 XLI guys, first three on the outside. What is communication like for all these teammates, whether they're in their private discords or in iRacing chatter?
Yeah, I mean, you just kind of talking about the moves and trying not to distract each other really, but I don't really love the teammate racing too much at the play tracks. Obviously, you got to work with your guys, but I hate being committed. I don't like feeling like I'm obligated to go with a teammate instead of going for a move that I think looks better for my race. And you know, some of that communication too is talking about that type of stuff, preparing your teammates like, hey, I'm going to do this on my own, so they don't think you just hump and left them for no reason.
Two by two here into turn number one, a little over 10 laps to go here in the stage.
They're still side by side right there for the lead right now. Collymore on the outside. There goes Ortega to the bottom though. Ortega's gonna try to carry that inside line on forward here. We'll see if he can get any help from Helms there on that bottom. Looks like Collymore's gonna join his teammate down there on the inside lane.
They come off at turn number two. And new leader to the line here, Aiden Currit. Big run from Collazo.
Still side by side right there up front, Currit. Oh, Collymore to the right rear. Right there, Marty, as you just mentioned. Collazo got the lead back on the bottom right now. They're going to be pushing hard. I think Ortega and Collymore are both going to try to get themselves clear and jump back up there with their teammate, but right now the outside line's holding too strong for that to be accomplished.
A couple of other drivers got to give credit to that we've really yet to see near the front or are recovering. One of them currently running in fifth here, Jeremy. Joseph Enright was involved in that spin. That spin, I believe it was the second caution of the day. Haven't really talked about him since. Now in the top five.
Yeah, he's definitely worked his way back up there right now, so we'll see what he can do in that 07 right there, pushing the outside behind Currit. You see Thompson down there in the 2. He's coming back forward. Martinez right now behind him in the 48. They're all working their way back up front.
Again, double wide here through 3 and 4. Oh, hang on there, Hector Collazo on the apron a couple of times. Trying to save it, he can't. Back across the field, there they go. And hard to the wall went Wyatt Thompson, and another car caught some heavy air. I believe that was Kelhoff. Nope, that was Granite in the 10 correction. 8th caution flies here with just about 10 to go in the stage.
Race ending damage on that too. You saw that left front tire, no rotation whatsoever. He is going to be putting it to the garage. We'll take another look at a Precision Speed Solutions replay here it was our leader, Colazzo, in the 17 of the inside line. Helms is pushing. If you take a look at Thompson, you're going to see the car on the apron sparking, coming into screen here in just a moment, doing everything he can to hold on to it, and they just run out of racetrack. Huge hit for the 10, hopping up into the air there.
Some drivers already on pit road here, Axel. Thompson, Grannon, and Cesar, all with black flags.
Yeah, Grannon is for sure out, especially, I mean, he had all 4 tires up off the air. That was terrible. Most likely Thompson's probably out. He was the one that put him in the air, so he's for sure going to be out. Colazzo, there's a chance he's the one that got spun around in front of the pack. There's a chance he might be okay to continue the race, but he's not going to be on pace with the leaders, not at all.
Look at that air time, though, that he takes there, Jeremy.
Yeah, crazy jump up right there for that 10. We're taking a look right here where that just occurred, and they're going to come flying through, and you'll see a car a little bit closer to the camera than the rest of them. It's just a little bit after got airborne, and they're still grinding down that wall down front straightaway. You see Brink did a great job getting it low down behind those 2 cars.
A lot of drivers stuck in there in that runoff area, that skid pad. About 20 years, not 20 years ago, like 30 or 40 years ago or so, that used to be a grassy area. If you remember the flips that. Oh, we got a car spun here as we're back to live coverage. That's Granite in the 10. That is a legal stop, though.
Probably was just too broken for him to get in the cockpit of that race car, but his day is definitely going to be over.
So let's take a break here with just under 10 to go here in the stage. Step side, Kai Collymore, the leader. Stay with us, the Universal 500 on Precision Entertainment. Just under 10 laps to go here in the stage. And getting ready to go here for this restart. Marty Sakala, Jeremy Miller, and our entire team. And we're about moments away from giving out some points. Right now, Jeremy, as we get set, when you look at the leaderboard, it's basically a battle of 2 teams here at the moment. 40XLI Racing and Sky High Racing. 40XLI, 1, 2, 3. And then you got Sky High Racing 4th and 6th, but they've had some fast cars as well tonight.
Yeah, we've kind of seen the same picture all night long, right, Marty? We've got these wrecks. Have just been some over-aggression, but we've seen the same names putting themselves in the front all day, and I think Collymore's kind of proven that point that the good plate racers find a way to the front, and this is more than just a lottery when you race this racetrack, and that's why you see the same guys every time in this situation.
So let's reset the field here as we come back to the green. It's Collymore and Ortega, row number 1. We have Aiden Kira and Tyler Helms. Helms, keep in mind, our stage 1 winner. That is row 2. Joseph Enright, Nicholas Martinez, row 3. Mach 5 teammates Jason Hall, Kendorian Davis, row 4. That's Logan Brink, Calvin Harvey rounding out the top 10. Coming back to the green flag here this time. There'll be 7 laps to go here in the stage. Back to green, Collymore fires, here we go.
Another one of these examples, these lines are just, every restart we're seeing one lane surge ahead of the others. We'll see what Collymore is able to do. They're going to all drop to the bottom together, very organized there. And they're going to surge in behind them. Ortega's going to have a huge run as they come out of turn 2, but he's not going to get clear to outside line and take advantage of it just yet.
See if a slingshot happens up on the line and blocking going on. It's getting really risky. Somehow everyone found a way to keep it straight. Here's a run from Helms downstairs next to the double yellow line with a teammate behind him in Martinez. Tyler Helms back out to the front. There'll be 6 laps to go in stage 2 when they come across the start-finish line.
See some movement to the third lane out there behind. Nothing really to it though. Collymore, Ortega, and right there on the outside lane, they got Hall coming in behind him. On the bottom though, it's Helms, Martinez, Curran in the 1, and Brink in the 24 still finds himself in this picture. You've mentioned it all night long, Marty, 2-time winner of this event, putting himself in good positions.
And now Martinez doesn't go with his teammate this time. Decides to leave him out to dry, but they got help. Row number 1 though. Sky High Racing, row 2, 40XLI. Row number 3, a mixed up bunch of cars. Martinez, the pace car. Behind them, it's Collymore and Helms. 5 laps to go in stage 2. Coming to the line, Martinez trying to block Collymore, but Collymore knows how to run every single lane here.
Collymore was really adamant that he was getting to the right rear right there, and the 48 was really adamant that he wasn't. They almost were willing to wreck over the position, but Martinez eventually can see his big block Collymore to the bottom.
Such a close call there. See if Collymore can find a way to hang on there on the bottom.
I reckon in the back just about. Oh, they're still trying to hold on to it.
That's the 90.
Rowan on the apron.
Same with the 56, Corey Lyles. They find a way to keep it straight. Great job.
They're still trying to get back going. These guys are all going to lose the draft, but that's okay because they're coming to the stage yellow in just a few laps. Out front, Ortega with help from Enright found his way back to the lead as these guys will single file it out back there. See Collymore there working the bottom. Got a little bit too high on entry. Got to be careful with that with Martinez in behind you. You don't want to put him in a bad spot in your left rear. Enright and Ortega still working that outside lane. There's a move to the outside 3 wide. Ortega to the bottom, so we'll instantly shuffle back to 2. That's Hall in the 4 going to take the lead here. Still working side by side through 3 and 4. You see the 5 right there of Davis. We haven't seen him in quite a few moments, but right now, Marty, they're still shuffling it all out. Big move by Collymore to the middle. He's got no help. He's going to find his way, kind of break there to cut in the line. See Hovnot there in the 91. He's worked his way back up to the front. Here's Ford. We saw him missing Rex all night. Echeverria there in the 23. We have 1 getting lapped on the outside. Still working back to 2 to go in the stage. We'll see if we stay green. Pit roads will close this time by for our leaders. Hall, Davis, Echeverria, Hovnot, and Ford make up our top 5. Oh, and he turned them! Ford turns the 23, huge wrecking behind him. That'll finish our stage. That is race-ending damage for another handful of race cars. They're still wrecking. The 18, the 1 involved late. Curate with a huge hit to the outside wall. I think you see the car that just got lapped there. That is our 9 car of Joshua Gilbert even involved in that one. I have to get a look here to Precision Speed Solutions replay. Take another look here. You see Echeverria there on the outside line with a push from Max Ford. They were trying to get some surge forward here, coming for those stage points. forward just into the left rear, gets him loose, hooks him into the outside wall hard, and more collected as they went from the corner. Oh, that was a close call for him. Oh my God. That is one of the worst ARCA brakes I have ever seen. I believe that was the 07 of Joseph Enright. We'll be on board with him. So he was up front to begin this one. Let's see what happens here. He's filing off a little bit right now, and they started wrecking. So it must not have been Enright though. It must have been someone. Oh, did he blink out and cause that? Let's see here. So we'll stay on this. Just see. Yeah. Oh, that is really unfortunate. I've never seen that before. He blinked out, was gone for several seconds, and reappeared right where he was. Which I have never quite seen that before. It's like he stopped uploading any processing data and then reappeared right where he was at full speed with wrecked cars in front of him. That is extremely unfortunate for VO7 event, right? That is probably the craziest thing I've ever seen happen on the sim. You gotta never look at that here, so you're gonna see him disappear in just a moment when he was in the middle of this pack and they started wrecking. And goes to the scene cam because he's nowhere to be found. He reappears literally right where he was. That is inexplicable. Yeah, Axel, I know you've been around the sim for a while. You ever seen something like that down there on pit road watching these races?
No, that's just crazy unfortunate. And it's just gonna hurt it's just gonna hurt him a lot. Terrible wreck already, and then that stuff happens. It's just, oh wow.
Let's see if we can find the driver of the 07 here to grab a word with Joseph Enright. Joseph, this is Jeremy up in the booth. Do you have a copy? Does look like Joseph may have stepped away from the sim, unfortunately. So, just wanted to see if we could have gotten some insight to what exactly went and happened for him in that incident, but unfortunately not here with us. And we'll take a quick break here and be back with the start of the final stage here in Daytona. Just over 100 laps to go.
Yeah, we are back here. Apologies for the technical difficulties if they were going through on your end. We are set to go. Stage 2 is in the books. Jeremy, a quick recap on that stage and how the win happened there at the end.
Yeah, just a big wreck to end it. Has everything all out of sorts here. You'll see Jackson Brown there on the outside of our front row. You know, there was a moment earlier in the event where he looked like he was down and out, so just how quickly things can turn around at Daytona as he'll start the final stage in second behind Riley Ibanez in the 94. Logan Brink, though, two-time winner of this race, clean, green, and fast up in the top 5.
Well, We've got a new front row in this. Brown and Ibanez. They've both been back markers throughout the night. Now they're here at the right time. Logan Brake, Kadorian Davis, row 2. Zachary Trevino, Nicholas Rowe to row 3. Aaron Kovnat, Travis Prather, row 4. Maxwell Funderburg, Chase Kroll. That is the top 10. A lot of drivers restarting tail end of the longest line to top off on fuel. We're back to green.
See a good launcher on the inside. Brink instantly the outside above Brown, the outside in front of Brown, that is. Ivanov was looking at blocking that, not going to do so. No help there on the bottom, but they're going to file on down now, hanging Brink on the outside line.
Here comes Trevino, tries to make the run on the outside. The lead is their double file amongst the first 4 rows.
Oh, big push there. Brown to the back of the 94. Got him a little bit off center below that double yellow line. Haven't had to talk about it yet tonight, Marty, but you can't advance position down there. You know you get knocked down there. You got to be careful.
Exactly. Race control watching very closely with this pack. 25 cars on the lead lap at the moment with 26 cars still running on the racetrack after that wreck. We lost Calvin Harvey, Kai Collymore, Connor Blasco, Joshua Gilbert amongst the rumbles. A lot of good cars taken out of this one. So Trevino's got the lead. Ibanez still looking for that run underneath. And this is where the real race starts to begin now here, Jeremy. The first 90 laps were about position. The final 110, it's about putting the whole race together.
Yeah, and right now Ortega putting the whole side of that car in a twirl. Wow! I don't know how he possibly could hold on to that race car. They're still staggered really awkwardly here. This is where you get some weird stack-up wrecks. These guys are a little unsure of which lane of cars that started running in, but it looks like they're going to get it sorted out. Trevino to the lead in the 15.
Good push from Brink as well. At the same time, a risky bump draft Davis took from Cabarrubia on that 18. Up next to that safer barrier. If it's a bad bump draft, it could end horribly for a lot of drivers in this field. 24 cars in this pack, separated by 1.7 seconds. That's all cars on the lead lap.
The average sim racer is used to half-distance races. I think these guys might have it confused, Marty. They look like they're racing to 6 to go here, not 106.
Cabarrubia slingshots down to the bottom. Davis leads in the line, but Cabarrubia needs some help. He doesn't really have a lot of it at the moment. And now it's Martinez that moves to the middle.
Martinez going to go to the bottom now, pick up that 18 of Cabarrubia. Going to pull back up to the middle in front of Trevino. Not sure where he wants to be just yet. I think he made the right call. Now you see Ortega to the back of the 77 on that outside lane. Deep in the line, making those aggressive pushes, but that does get the entire line moving as the energy just shuffles its way forward. But Trevino and Martinez hooked up good on the inside.
Ibanez dropped out of this pack, and with the way they are racing here early in stage 3, it's like it's the final lap for the Universal 500. Martinez back out to the point with help from Trevino.
Those two still isolated down there. No help coming to them until Brink now comes to the back bumper of the 15 of Trevino. Trevino is clear all the way to the wall if he wants it, but he's going to stay glued to the back bumper of the 48. Here comes Ortega with Prather in the middle.
Ortega typically would have either the 1 or the 39. He doesn't have the 39, the 1. Oh, look how Martinez spins as the race leader again in a big crash. Brake involved. 8, 9, 10 cars at least. Caution flag flies once again.
24 is out of the race, left rear suspension broken. He will not win another Universal 500, Marty.
Correct me if I'm wrong, that is the 10th caution of this race, and we're not even halfway.
Take another look at a Precision Speed Solutions replay once again from the front of the field. That's why they've all been so big. Martinez with a push from Trevino and Brink. You see really the entire lane bumping, beating, banging. Here comes the 11 of Ford Ortega. Martinez made a block and just got himself too high, and Ortega got pushed through his left rear. Not much Ortega could have done about that. You see Ford in the 11, his luck ran out. He's in that. They're striking Goss in the 3 with another big hit after he had his car back repaired.
I know drivers are starting to really think about the trophy. There you see that left rear suspension damage for Brink. But it's still too early to be making these risky moves. I mean, we're not even at the halfway mark yet.
I think that was just a bad decision by the 48 Marty, and yeah, he paid the price for it. Big wreck, and you know, Smubbers paid a steeper price than him, obviously. Very unfortunate, and to Brink's defense of back-to-back Universal 500s.
This is now basically at this point a race of survival of the fittest. This is the onboard with Tyler Helms, and he's probably thankful that he dropped out of this pack. Because you see how gravity with that 31 degrees of banking, it starts low, then comes up high, and then just gravity propels you all the way down to the apron.
Good decision by Helms being back there. Gets through a number 1 and keeps that 7 fighting to live another day. So we'll see how this cycle is on through, see how these guys all fare on pit road with their damage. There's going to be a lot of takers with some damage to those race cars, but up front, Ortega, Pratford, and Trevino lead the field. We'll see if we have some takers for fuel as well. You got to think any little ounce helps here, and yeah, I don't know if I agree with staying out.
Yeah, we're looking at a 2-stop race to the finish for a majority of the drivers, but for those that are pitting right now, it could be possibly 3. We'll head back down to Axel.
Yeah, that's a massive wreck with a lot of people spinning and hitting a lot of other drivers. We're going to see definitely a lot of people pit for damage and fuel, and probably tires too, just because if you take tires right here, I mean, there's no other guaranteed caution, so possibly there could be a long run, especially after this big wreck. You know, that's gonna maybe cool down everybody. Maybe everybody's gonna try to not be as aggressive, but I mean, there's already been 2 other big crashes like this, and keeps on coming. So we'll see.
Yeah, we saw Collymore sitting on pit road broken there as well, Marty. I think we missed that one, but that was one of our big players that is now gonna be out of this evening's affairs, it appears.
That wreck took out a lot of good cars with a chance to win it. And there were a lot of drivers playing for over 30 seconds. I'm seeing right now 9 drivers coming back onto the racetrack. That's wild.
When did they calm down?
They haven't calmed down the entire race. I guess you could say that, so. But I think that wreck was probably a good idea to tell you who was not involved in that wreck. And I'm seeing Prather, Davis, Funderburg, Currit, Ortega, Cabarrubia, Collazo, Trevino, Brown. I believe all at least missed the wreck in some sort of way. So, but this is where the Universal 500 becomes less about points and more about the trophy, like I mentioned. So patience basically out the window here.
The pace car lights are off again right there. Let's take a look there. I see some pit boards here. I think SpongeBob is a pretty accurate representation of a lot of the drivers behind the wheel so far here tonight, Marty.
Oh yeah, I see it too. But you wanna know where it feels like they're driving in? It doesn't feel like they're driving in Florida. It feels like they're driving in Texas.
Look at all these cars coming back around to catch up to the other. Sorry, it's not. But I mean, this is our 17th place running race car, Marty. He's catching up the field from damage repairs, and I don't know if it's fully clean.
Yeah, he's coming to the start-finish line right now. Leaders are off at turn 2. We did have 3 drivers receive a meatball flag in that. Nicholas Martinez, Logan Brink, Chase Krall. I think half the field at least is out of this one.
We got to half the race to eliminate the next half.
We'll just have to see, but reset the field here after our 10th caution of the day here at Daytona. Prather leading, Kendorian Davis second, Funderburg third, Ortega fourth, Cabarrubia fifth, Trevino sixth, Collazo seventh, Helms eighth, Brown ninth, and Lyles in 10th. You know, I'm gonna admit here, Jeremy, after we had 2 caution-free duels, I kind of had a feeling that this was coming to just to make up for it.
There's always one in Speed Weeks, right? So we hadn't had it yet, so it had to be this one.
Of course it did. I mean, we had a couple cautions in the clash, but most of the field is caught back up. Prather fires back to green. Next time by, the Universal 500 will be halfway done.
See a pretty orderly start, still really tight out front for the lead, not the getaway we've seen on most launches so far. Davis in the 5 has hung on his own. Here comes his reinforcement as we look off the spoiler of Prather at 5, getting further and further ahead of this picture, taking the lead.
Dorian Davis this time does not have Hall behind him. Only an 18th at the moment. Ortega, a high side hustler in this one so far. Still in second, Collazo pushing him, but it's Davis out in front, leads at the halfway mark, 100 up and 100 down.
Oh, big moment right there. Still trying to wreck some race cars, but see Brown and Kovnat there on the outside lane. Kovnat was one of the cars. Oh, he almost turned the 96.
Great save from Kovnat, but loses a spot there, and now it's Jackson Brown leading the outside after his strategy early in stage 2 backfired. Currently in the top 5 at the moment. Davis now leading that second lane.
A lot of speed in these race cars here, you know. The sun is going down, lights have come on. We are at a really cool track stand at this point in time compared to what we've been earlier in the event. Speeds are only up as we're taking into the second half of this race, and they're still racing just as hard as they have from the initial green flag.
Hey, Jeremy, look who's back up here running in 8th after a big hit to the wall while leading in the race. Brady Schreckengoss, give him credit for the fight back. He went a lap down earlier in the race, took the free pass, and now with 21 drivers on the lead lap, he's back in the fight.
Yeah, insane amount of credit due to him. He was just involved in the most recent yellow as well, Marty, so, you know, he's been beaten, battered. I wouldn't be surprised if he has incident points, you know, up totaling in the double digits. Actually, I would be quite surprised if he didn't from what we've seen, but he has kept that car clean enough, gotten it fully repaired from the looks of things, and well, he's just cracked our top 5.
Keep an eye on as well as the driver in the number 9, that is Josh Gilbert. Now, he is not battling for the race lead at the moment. Gilbert currently scored in the 27th position, over 10 laps down. And he does have some teammates he's trying to work with out of the Dead Man Walking Racing Squad. Trevino, one of them in the 15. Logan Brink in the 24. But Brink out of this one at the moment. Trevino still trying to find him on my leaderboard, is the 12th at the moment. And then the 77, I don't believe with us here tonight. So if you can find a way to push Trevino, Gilbert could still be in this pack. But the big risk you take as a lap car, you don't want to be causing any wrecks, because if you do, everyone's going to be coming right at you and you'll create some enemies. Brown, meanwhile, looking for the lead on Davis.
Yeah, I was noticing a lot of new faces up front. I was trying to find where that 32 went because he was one of the clean cars. I think Ortega has finally given up on the racing clean. You see him in the back of that picture trying to stay out of harm's way. But look how few cars we have compared to the beginning of the race.
It looks like the late stages of a Daytona 500. We're just at the halfway mark, folks. Kovnat giving a nice push to Brown at the moment. Got a gap on Collazo and oh, Schreckengoss hard hit again. Collazo, Davis, the 18, a major hit for Gilbert. Caution flag flies.
I don't think they're all going to survive that one. Once again, we're going to cut down on some more race cars here. Schreckengoss hit that wall a ton. He is still rolling. Trying to see if I see any broken toe links on any of these race cars. Hard to tell so far, but lots and lots of damage accumulated throughout the field.
Brady, you can blame me for that wreck. We had the commentators jinx, and this was just a bad bump draft off of turn 4. From the looks of it, Davis was behind. This is from the back of the field with the 94 Vibanize. As he tries to miss it, but just catches the back of Colazzo.
Yeah, he'll be all right. They're not that big of a hit for a 94, and he'll get that buffed right out. But it was further up ahead where that all started with the 3 of Schreckengost on the front end of Davis. We'll take a look here, and just another one drifted to the left of the guy who was pushing and got him turned, and that 9 ate the inside wall.
Gilbert tattooed the retaining wall.
They must have had a special down there because he was in it. Oh, some contact there between those guys too. So on board with Gilbert now. This is going to be a violent one. You see him wrecking in front of him, gets into the back of the 5, and I mean, just nothing you can do very long for the ride. His race is done.
Absolutely. Trying to gain some extra spots on the racetrack. And Prime Day has gone dead.
Another look at this violent hit. Get
Like
him
he had
on board
no
with Max
brakes.
Ford. This 11 has cut his way through a handful of these so far tonight. He's been involved in 1 or 2 as well, but this car doesn't die.
I had to go through pit road to miss it, which you can absolutely do. You just cannot make a pit stop. So watch Ford here again for the aerial shot.
See a bunch of guys locking up, sliding in front of him.
How does he not
Somehow
hit the
doesn't make
56?
contact with the 56. That is crazy on both of their parts, and I think Lyles got through it clean too. Yeah, so I just that is
them had the
incredible
same
by both
idea.
of them. Yeah.
So that took out half the field now on pit road. I would have to assume I see 11 drivers that remain on the racetrack that had a normal stop.
Get a look here and how many cars are remaining when we go back green this time, but they're just, you know, ticking them off more and more. It's a look at Colin where he was strong early. Look at that car. I mean, that one went through some heavy contact, and
Yeah, look at that. It's just a junkyard on pit
we're
road.
seeing a lot of cars.
Absolutely. Axel's had his money cut out for him tonight with all the cars on pit road. Axel, what you got on this for this update?
Yeah, for sure. A lot of people having to pit here. That was another one of the big wrecks that we've seen a lot tonight. I'd say about 2 or 3 drivers probably got fully wrecked out there. Gilbert for sure. He destroyed that inside wall. He's for sure gonna have a meatball. He's gonna be unfortunately out of this race. The Schreckengost, he got spun and he nailed the outside wall super hard, spun around a crap ton, but he actually is still rolling. He got on the pits here. I'm gonna assume he took all 4. But he is still in the race, so maybe he can come back up. I don't know, but he might have wheel damage, and that can really limit you.
So the lights are off. We'll have 93 to go when we come back to green, and I guess the game is of this
That's
race.
10 cars in that picture right there, Marty.
That's insane. I guess the fun question is who doesn't have damage from an accident this evening? I think the only ones that I can think of here at the moment: Brown, Road, Prather, Lyles, Zarate. I don't believe has been involved in a wreck. Those guys,
I think Lyles was in one earlier, actually. He's just one of the ones that has cycled through the repairs. But I mean, this is starting to get to the levels of that clash that, you know, killed the clash at Daytona with how few cars we have left in competitive form.
This reminds me of the year later at the Daytona 500 when the big one happened on around like lap 20 or something. And then rain came down, and then the rest of it was just, completely boring show. I remember that. I had to board op that race at my local radio station, and let me tell you what, being up until midnight for the rest of that was just never want to do that again. So but anyway, set the field here. Brown leading, Thunderberg second, Roden third, Kovnat fourth, Trevino 5th, Prather 6th, excuse me, Lyles 7th, Kalhoff 8th, Zarate 9th, and Enright in 10th. What is the real quick, as we go back to the green here, let me ask you this. What's the mental fatigue like for these drivers through 107 laps?
They're bored. They've been pacing for 2 hours. They're very, very bored.
11th caution of the day. Just about to wrap up here at Daytona. We're back to green.
But I will say that boredom is why they've been racing as hard as they do, because they're trying to... Yeah, I said it earlier, when you wreck a lot, it can have the opposite effect at Daytona. Instead of calming down, you start racing harder because you're just so tired of all the pacing. You just want to get out there and, you know, do what you can do and push hard. And, I mean, that is why this field has thinned out the way it has.
So Brown holds serve for right now. Trevino doesn't really have the help he needs. Thunderbird and Roadbull try to go low, but Brown shuts the door right in his face. Very risky block. We've seen a lot of those tonight.
Yeah, still keeping the aggression out of 10 right there in the 96 for now. All these drivers up front are going to note that if they're not going to be too comfortable around him making blocks like that.
Got 22 drivers on the lead lap if you're keeping score at home. We still have, even with that big wreck, we still have a pack of all 22 cars on the lead lap. A couple of cars out of the race after that one. Obviously, Martinez out still with, ironically, surprisingly, I think the only driver we lost out of that race was Gilbert. Other than that, I don't believe anyone else, which is surprising to see.
Damage model's probably gone a little bit too far into letting these cars take on some big hits. And look at that, Enright's back up in it. We saw him with that weird wreck earlier and a lot of damage. That car looks fixed, and he's up there on that outside leading that line now, trying to make a charge to the front with the 4 on his bumper. There's Ford gonna jump up there in front of the 07.
Another driver out, Kendorian Davis in the 5 from that big one. Yes, Ford, what a performance, what a race he's been having, a race of survival for the DHL 11. Kovnat leading, comes up to block. Ford gives him the push.
Yeah, see, that's a good block right there. Kovnat got that up there plenty early and was stable in the movement, so the contact did not upset his race car. But Max Ford's still going to be able to work his way to that outside for the lead. Doesn't have the help on the back bumper just yet, but it doesn't matter. He side drafted that 91 so hard he was able to pull down in front of him.
Double wide amongst the first 4 rows. And right, also a driver involved in a wreck earlier tonight. Up out at the front of the field. 1 spin and nearly had 2 spins there off of a close call there from a bump draft from Holland again. These bump drafts you have to have lined up perfectly with the next gen car, or it can get disturbing.
Yeah, always important to keep them lined up and pushing good. You've seen it all night long. That's what has caused all of our issues, really, is just the bad pushes. So trying to minimize any risk from that, but Ford still leaving up there in front of Kovnat. You see N right there on the outside with some help from Hall in the 4.
So under 90 to go. You know, Jeremy, I had in my notes going into today how we could set this up segment by segment, and I had this part of the race set up as the quiet chess match. I mean, based off the number of cars we've got on the lead lap and in this lead pack, it could be possibly quiet, but no, this has been just extremely loud throughout the race and with this entire race that's been going on.
Yeah, I think the question is which is more incorrect, chess match or quiet, because this race has been a slugfest, and usually this track is more akin to chess than any other. It's all about timing moves and, you know, putting your car in the right position, really playing the pieces, but these guys have just been taking every run and swinging at each other.
I don't think this is chess, this is checkers with the way they've been playing tonight. A lot of king me's, something like that. So now, is this a part of the race as well where a driver can talk themselves into maybe making a bad move?
Yeah, I mean, On the restarts for sure, but I think as we start to settle in these runs, another bad push right there on the back straightaway almost could have went worse. As we settle in the runs, when they start to calm down, once they've ticked some laps off, guys will get more comfortable wherever running. The more aggressive drivers will have found their way to the front, and we should see less of the really big movement throughout the field. I mean, we're still only a handful of cars really working that outside lane right now compared to what we've seen throughout most of the race.
Ford forced to give Enright the lane. The 07 now leads. Looking at Enright in that car. I don't believe he's got any teammates behind him that could help him out. I'm trying to look at the team stats here for Cash Culp Racing. No Jamie McKinney, no. Well, he does have Prather, I should say, now in that Prather in that 58. So he does have him, at least as a positive. Zarate, though, stuck back in 14th at the moment.
Yeah, still working that right now. Outside lane, only 4 cars, so really some more guys following single file. I think they're going to just try to maybe ride it out to those green flag cycles. We're still at a point where we're expecting 2 of those, so we'll see how that goes. As they work towards those numbers, everybody's kind of filing in line right now. See what Lyles does back there with some holes. It looks like they're still going to keep racing, but that outside lane is headed way backwards as they've lost their numbers.
So Max Ford leads at the moment. Kovnat second, Hall third, Kalhoff fourth, and Schreckengost after a second spin that put him hard in the outside wall last caution. Somehow is still in this race in 5th. That car, I swear, that's got to be more than just whatever they use for the bodies on the on whatever they use for the composite bodies. That's got to be like titanium there.
They're just able to withstand a lot of a beating right now. So outside lane's pulled back forward. We'll keep looking at him forward, leading that line. I like what he's doing right there, Marty. He's running up off that yellow line, letting that car behind him get some clean air to the nose through the corner. That makes it easier for Kovnat to stay committed pushing down the straightaways.
Who do you feel tonight after the entire speed weeks that we have had, the clash of the duels? Who do you feel needs a good result here tonight?
Yeah, I mean, they all need a good result. Nobody's out here looking for anything short of that, but they're, you know, I think the guys that have been, you know, the cleanest tonight are the most deserving, obviously, of that good result, but I would say right now, that 11, he's leading the race. He needs that Schreckengost, so we've seen him up and down all day. That's another car in the 3 could use that good result here as well.
And Wright again looking for the lead with the help from his teammate. And the Fast Cash drivers back up 1 and 2. Now 3rd car in the outside lane. Cabarrubia, who's taken a couple of beatings tonight.
See Hall there on the outside. Some damage on the left side of that door still, but that's not hindering him in this pack. He's still working there. 5th in line on the outside as Ford has been shuffled back on the inside. They're all going to drop down in front of him right now as well, though.
Lyles shifts down to the bottom now for 3rd. Oh, big door contact, and around goes Schreckengost, and a big hit for Kovnat at 91.
Yeah. Kovnat's done.
Zarate
Schreckengost gonna be fine.
And the 12th caution of the day here at Daytona.
That is race ending for the 91. Road was in it as well. Didn't quite catch that live. You see the 91 there, unable to drive away. The 3's going to drive away from another one that he was caught up in. We'll take another look at a Precision Speed Solutions replay here. See what caused this one. See Schreckengost. Man, I think he just got hit from behind there and knocked down in the inside lane.
Yeah, forced him down to Hall. And Schreckengost has been involved in a quarter of these spins this evening.
Trying to see who that was behind him there.
There was another car involved that we did not mention in that accident. And I think I just saw him there. Tyler Helms, who had been going for the Triple Crown, has some right front damage and a meatball flat.
Wow,
right on board here with Kovnat. And
yeah, you see it?
I think he clips the 91 here. No, he did not actually.
Kovnat just came to a rest there. No contact there. 99 just kind of pushed through 3 there and caused that. But there's Helms with that heavy right front edge. We'll have to see what happened here. I'm unsure. Did he just end up in the fence trying to miss it?
So we had a separate spin I just watched. Wait till you see the hit that Helms takes. Right there.
Oh,
that's road
just
to the
got
90.
road. Yep. So now there's another
separate
car out of it.
incidents. Yeah, Helms again going for that triple crown. His Universal 500 is over.
Yeah, he was just out of control in the grass, couldn't get it to pull any further left, and that 90 of road just kept coming down, and unfortunate end to another strong cars race. And you know, we just continue to thin out every time one of these wrecks happens.
One of the favorites to win the Universal 500. Suspension damage has taken him out. Pit stops underway, and this has the chance to put drivers now after the stop here, Axel, in a one-stop race.
Yeah, this is what they got, about 40 laps to the gallon. So this, yeah, like you said, just a one-stop race after this. I think Tyler Helms, if he just, my bad, not Tyler Helms, my apologies. Max Ford, if he just stays consistent, he can just stay up front, especially if he does a good pit stop here, which it looks like he's going to come out in third. I mean, if he just stays up a lot in the front, I think he can maybe just try to win this. But also Daytona, with these drivers, they're relentless. They are ruthless. They wreck a lot. So it's really in the hands of luck. A lot of drivers there have a lot of damage. So definitely the 99 and the 91 probably out of this race. Pretty sure they both have meatballs. Very unfortunate. And Tyler Helms, like you were saying.
Joseph Enright won the race off pit road. He'll bring us back to green with just under 80 laps to go when we come back on Precision Entertainment. One lap until we take the green flag here at Daytona. Enright and Lyles, the front row. Let's bring in here Aaron Kovnat while we get a moment here. Aaron, a tough break, a tough accident. What'd you see from your perspective?
I don't know, man. I just kind of had nowhere to go. You know, avoid the wreck just fine, but Zarate, I don't even know what happened there. He just couldn't keep it straight and got into me and right hooked us both. So it sucks. I feel like really after probably the 1/3 mark of that race, I feel like we were really good. We could push really well. I feel like we could lead decent, and yeah, it just kind of sucked.
How do you move forward now to Michigan next week? How do you feel?
I haven't raced Michigan in a while, so it's gonna be kind of interesting. But we got some stage points, so that's pretty good. But yeah, you know, just I got good teammates. Might have Henry for next week. I'm not sure. He's in the rotational 76. And yeah, you know, just my teammates. Great to race with Corey again. He hasn't raced in a long time. And Asher Bunkley for he had a rough race. He got wrecked down like lap 26 or something.
Appreciate your time. All the best next week.
Thank you.
Aaron Kovnat in the 91, done for the day after 118 laps. We have got 80 laps to go in this one. Drivers just made their penultimate stop of the race. Enright leads, Lyles second, Ford third, Prother fourth, Trevino in fifth, Kalhoff in sixth, Funderburg, Colazzo, Bryant, and Brown. Round out the top 10, we have 18 drivers on the lead lap. That's just less than half the field in this one, with 19 drivers left on the racetrack. Back to green, a stack up in the back of the field here. See how this plays out.
And right now, going to go down to the bottom. That's going to allow Lyles with that big push from Ford to come up on that inside line. He'll be clear of end right now if they're outside and surged way ahead on the initial start.
Lyles has, I don't believe, has led a lap in a while here in this race, which he has done earlier on. Just past the 11 o'clock hour, Marty Sakala, Jeremy Miller, Maxwell Smith with you here on Precision Entertainment, DJ Lyon in mission control this evening. Enright leading with his teammate Prother behind him. Well, Kalhoff, haven't talked about him in a while here tonight, Jeremy, now in the third spot.
I think we saw him up front earlier, had some issues. Hall behind him right now. Only one car down there on the inside. Lyles are all really just going around him on the top. 56 is the black sheep hung out there on the bottom. You see Ford looking to the outside of some of the guys on that top line, but the whole field single file around the top right now. Lyles continuing to drop anchor on the inside, finally finds the line. They are all single file around the wall.
And this is actually something that we've yet to see tonight. And personally, for me, I thought we'd be seeing this earlier on in the race, just so drivers could, you know, try and make it a distance. But we've yet to see that be the case. Now a driver peeks underneath. That's Zybanez, the 94, who has been very quiet in this race. And Corey Lyles wants to go with him, but now Ibanez shifts back up to the top. I don't think Lyles really expected that.
Lyles only one on the bottom right now. He's going to end up dropping all the way to the back of this line as they continue. You see a big gap, though, forming there off the back of the three. Schreckengoss after that wreck is back in 7th again. I don't know how that car keeps continuing to live through all of these, but some damage still left on the nose of that race car, but not affecting him in the least bit.
It's just absurd how wounded his race car is tonight, and he's still inside the top 10. You know, he's been in a quarter at least of these caution flags tonight.
And he hasn't been at fault really for any of them either. He's just really been a victim of circumstance. But I mean, props to him to keep fighting on and grinding. I mean, you know, definitely been the grinder of the race so far.
Luckily in this series, there is no incident limit. I think if it were like an official race on iRacing, he'd probably be DQ'd by now.
Yeah, definitely a safe bet.
But field hanging out here up on the top. So let's talk about, I mean, I know we're in a long train here at the moment, but why is it here at a place like Daytona? Why does the outside line need numbers?
Yeah, just, you know, it's more effective in relay than it is in the sim. If we're being honest, this is a choice by the drivers now. If a group of like 5-6 guys went to the bottom, they probably go forward on this group. But the side draft, you can just slow down the cars above you so well, and if you stay organized, it just keeps you going. And you know, when you're on the bottom, somebody pulls out to your right, they slow you down. Somebody pulls to your left, you get on the right door, and you slow them down. So it's just a better defensive position.
I'm noticing as well the speeds of the drivers here. You know, I've seen a lot of top speeds of high 190s to 200, and right now for Joseph Enright, he's just around 190, not over 195 at least here. Is this a situation where Enright and everyone on back is just trying to save gas and try and set them up for the final pit stop, which could come around lap 160?
Yeah, they're definitely all right on that number right now, so I think everybody's trying to save fuel. Enright obviously in the worst position to do that right now. Lyles probably in the second worst position in the field to do that off on the back, but they're definitely looking to try to hit that one stop if they can, but I do think with the pace they're running on the outside line and, you know, the situation aerodynamically, if it all being in a single file line, there might be a handful of guys that can't do it in one stop.
Yeah, it may take 2 or it may take a couple of yellows where you may have to use the clutch during the caution flags and roll through the apron possibly. Just have to see if that is the case. We're halfway home here, or actually I should say we're through 125 laps. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, see 18 cars still in the lead lap, just single file there, and you know, but really all our biggest gainers, they are all the cars that started in the back of the field and have really survived so far. Not many of our up front starters are still running. We do have a handful of them, but on board with Prather, he started 31st and he's running second.
Yeah, I give credit to Prather, Ford. 4 drivers up at least 20 spots on the day. And you notice on the telemetry how much he's off the throttle going through that tri-oval. And then you see going to turn number 1, he's off throttle here for basically about maybe 3 or 4 seconds. So definitely some fuel saving happening here at the moment. I would love to look at the telemetry of Enright here as well. You can just ride on board with him too. And yeah, you can clearly tell he's also saving fuel, coasting there, throttle on and off time. He's more on throttle though compared to the second place car in Prather, because Enright's in that clean air. He's kind of like really a sitting duck at the moment. Does he control the line? Yes. But also, if that second row finds a way to get organized, if somebody makes a move and others go with them, then Prather could be in trouble. But is there anyone here, Jeremy, that is thinking, I don't want to save fuel, I want to go up to the front?
Yeah, I mean, Enright, even if he's trying to save, isn't saving enough. It's just impossible when you're in the lead of the race to do so. So he's really just punching a hole in the air for everyone else. Somebody's got to do it. I mean, the only way he would save fuel is backing this pace way down. We'd have to see him running, you know, no more than 180 at a top speed to really save fuel as the leader.
But this draft definitely alive on the outside. You're seeing Ibanez once again with a big gap behind Schreckengost. Ibanez has been able to get that toe to work at times. It could be possibly back in the 8th spot at the moment. It could be possibly a little preparation for some late race game in case the leader becomes a sitting duck, how the toe can be for him.
I think he's actually likely just saving fuel here, though, but you know, I understand he's probably just running less throttle, and that's why that gap's there, but it would be more efficient for him to use a little more throttle and be more tucked up to the car behind him, as long as the guy behind him stay tucked up to him. And it is a trap you can kind of fall in, but while you're using less throttle, you are putting a lot more clean air on the nose of that race car now and burning more fuel because of that.
Under 70 laps to go here into this one. A reminder, next week, Michigan International Speedway. Should be a fun show there. The Burnt Rubber Racing Warehouse 200, the 737 horsepower. Live right here on Precision Entertainment, 9 o'clock next week. So let's check in here on with Axel and see how everybody's looking here when it comes to the fuel saving situation.
Yeah, you see a lot of them are, I mean, even later, full throttle, they're all just trying to fuel save, trying to just extend the stint as long as possible. Because, I mean, the longer you stay in the pack and draft and save fuel, that's the shorter the pit stop is going to be. It's not going to be 40 laps of fuel you're going to take. It's going to be 30, 20 laps. They aren't going to make it to 20 laps, I don't think, but they'll get there. They just got to worry about just fuel saving as much as possible, but also coming to the end of their stint, they're going to have to full throttle, get to the front, and get some track position, because that's also key. And, you know, if they got to line up with their team, make sure they all pit together, because if they don't, they're going to get screwed, and possibly some people could fall off the pack.
You know, you make a great point of trying to save and try and go longer on the stint, because if you go longer, you take less fuel, have a shorter pit stop, and that could possibly put you out front in the race lead. So, Jeremy, at this moment here, with the way the drivers are racing single file, this is basically a game of possum to make sure you've got that track position near the front at the end.
Yeah, and it's going to come down to that pit road, you know, efficiency. Who needs the least amount of fuel? Who needs the tires? You know, if they're filling it, they're going to probably take 4 on that stop, because, you know, it takes more time to put fuel in it than to put the 4 tires on it. And so, yeah, it's going to be about getting off pit road just as efficiently as well, not making a mistake on that apron, completely flat down there. And we've seen earlier, a driver almost made a mistake and spun himself down there. It's not the easiest thing to do getting off pit road here.
And again, single file does not mean nothing is happening. This basically means, Jeremy, everyone has decided the risk of making a move is bigger than the reward right now.
Yeah, we're definitely looking pretty tight right now up front. Just, you know, no one's making any moves. They're all saving fuel. I am really questioning Enright's number. I wish I could get a look at how much fuel is in that car. Somebody in the wall back there. I think that's Ortega dragging it down the back straightaway, but I'm swerving back there as well. Maybe some impatience starting to boil a little bit further back in the field, just as you mentioned that.
Ortega, one of those drivers that had been rocking and rolling on the high side earlier tonight. I'm noticing as well near the back, Corey Lyles is trying to get something rolling, but it's just not working out. He'll get forced possibly to the tail end of this long line, and yeah, Lyles now down to 18, so this is an 18-car line we're seeing here at the moment. And the leaders actually as well. Yeah, I think you were just about to talk about it here, Jeremy, but leaders are approaching some lap traffic. Nicholas Rode and Christian Zarate. I probably see that happen about maybe 2 or 3 laps from now.
See, Ivan is still kind of just putting himself in weird positions with the way he's saving fuel back there in that 94, and every once in a while I think guys are getting a little impatient with it. That's the 18 of Cabaruya right there behind him right now, so we'll see if 94 can shuffle a little bit further back, because he has lost some of that track position from where he was running just a few moments ago.
So now that we're just over 15 laps into this run, let's hit on a couple of topics here. Yes, the scoreboard shows the position, but who's got the momentum and who definitely needs the help at the moment? You know, the drivers that were able to take fuel only, like your leader, Enright, for example. Kalhoff currently 3rd, Ford in 5th. And then some of the drivers near the back of this line, Collazo, Trevino, Ortega, Kieran amongst the notables. It looks like they're in some sort of a comfortable position. They didn't get damage in that last caution, or they didn't have any optional left.
Yeah, I think they're all really just in the same position right now. I don't know if anybody's looking too different than the others. Interested to see what these lap cars though when we do approach them. If, you know, could Enright consider jumping down behind those guys and seeing if the whole line will follow, and he can start saving fuel as the leader behind 2 cars. And obviously would back down that pace, but I just don't see him possibly making the number he needs to make in his current situation.
With Rode and Zarate as well, there is no chance that they're going to be racing for a free pass spot, because Rode is scored 3 laps ahead of Zarate. They're 19th and 20th, respectively, at the moment. And Zarate comes up top to work with Enright. And remember, that is a teammate of the drivers in 1st and 2nd.
I think this is the perfect scenario for Enright right now. He's going to get to save some fuel behind a car that isn't racing for anything, so doesn't mind towing. Oh, what is Rode doing back there? That was really stupid.
That is, Jackson Brown's not going to be too pleased about that. I think we'll just leave it at that. But Rode trying to work with the leaders here at the same time, and Brown gives him some room. Actually, you know what? Let me take that back here instead. Oh, double check something here real quick. They're teammates. They're Canadian Motorsports
Yeah,
teammates.
it wasn't.
They're not doing anything stupid. They're not doing anything stupid.
That isn't what I was
Brown
talking about. It was Road almost hooked the 97, making that move, trying to get in front of his teammate.
Yeah, Brown was just trying to give Rhodes some room to tuck up here in line, so that was just the situation they were playing. And now a big stack up, couple of bump drafts, some drivers checking up, I saw. Let's see here, Thunderbird give a little bump to Schreckengost.
Yeah, it was the 97 there of Thunderbird almost got hooked by a car 6 laps down, and that would have been really disastrous if it occurred, but they were able to keep it headed going, and right now we're still single file all throughout the field. Our leader has drafting help in front of him now, able to save some fuel. I think the pace has dropped since that car pulled up in front of him right as well. Definitely backing down, saving some more fuel.
Who do you feel after pit stops is in a better position? I think than we expected. I think there's two guys that come to my mind. Number one is Jason Hall with a very long pit stop moments ago at his last time of 142. And right, you could consider a part of that as well, but also Max Ford in 5th. I don't even think we talked about him at all in the first quarter or the first 100 laps of the race either, and performing very well.
I was just taking a look at those lap times. They have fallen off. They were running 47 4s and 5s, now just running a 7 and 8s there for Enright and 07. So definitely saving some more fuel. But you know, I think these pit stop signs will all be pretty similar. I think we're going to see a lot of 4 tires when we get to that point. And you know, I don't know if the previous stops really play too much of an effect in the situation at all. And they're all so tight to that fuel number.
Yeah, Enright not even hitting 190 going down the super stretch. Top speed was at 188. Yeah, continuing to save fuel here. So I asked about who is now in a better position than normal. Who do you feel may be buried amongst the drivers on the lead lap? I got 2 drivers that come to mind easily. I mean, technically as well, maybe 3. They're all running 13th to 15th at the moment here. Colosso,
yeah, I mean,
Trevino, Ortega.
They're back there, but they're content being back there. We're just saving fuel back there right now, and I think they've shown that they're strong enough collectively throughout the night that they could easily just go up there and pull their way back forward if they wanted to. I think once they get to more racing, we'll see those names rise to the front, but right now just riding in line content with where they are. But you look at the back of that pack, those cars might lose the draft here right there. That's Giles and not sure exactly who that was in front of them from that shot, but Lyles and Echeverria, those two might lose the draft. They were too far off.
Oh, they already have, yeah. That's a great point you just talked about. They're 1.6 seconds behind. No chance they're going to catch the draft, and that's a normal product of next gens at Daytona and iRacing. I myself have been a victim of it, running the official Daytona 500. 2 drivers there, Echeverria and Lyles, are in a situation there where even if it goes to checkers, if they want to find a way back in this race, they need a couple of things. Number 1, a yellow flag. Number 2, hope that only one of them goes the lap down. If it's both of them, it's not what the latter driver wants on the leaderboard.
Yeah, definitely not. And you see Lyles just trying to push that car, but there's nothing they can do. We're going to need some yellows to come their way. Actually, moving to the bottom now, definitely a wise choice to try to run some better last time. But now look at this one. He's been trying to save fuel. He's falling off his teammate there, Ortega. So is Current going to be able to keep the draft now? Is that last car in line trying to save fuel? That's what I'm saying. You got to be in the middle of that line. You can't be the first or last car.
You know, there's a couple of things that I'm interested in looking at here, as we're about maybe 15 laps away or so from pit stops. Couple of things. Number 1, watching Corey Lyles if he's going to cook that engine. But number 2, I want to see the pace that those latter 3 drivers are going to have to run. I'm looking at the speed of Lyles and Echeverria. They're at 180 at the moment. Leaders are 183 for right now, so they are losing some time still to this lead draft.
Yeah, it does not help them that Echeverria has damage back there, so not getting the full song you would with 2 clean race cars. And as we approach this green flag stop too, Marty, it's important to note that some drivers are naturally going to execute this cycle better than others, and we might see some separation when we get to that point, and this line of what is 16 cars right now may split up into 2 lines of a different denomination.
15 laps until that window just about opens. Check back in with Axel. What are you possibly hearing either on the iRacing voice chat, maybe even the text chat or anything else?
They're very chatty on the radio right now. Possibly they could pit soon because, I mean, they're well into they're near the pit window. So I don't know if they have enough fuel for a one stop. They might, possibly. I think most of them pit on lap 130, I'm pretty sure. So that will make them have to do a two stop unless they're fuel saving a lot, which them running single file will help them, but I don't know if they can make it, but we'll see. I think some will come in soon.
That would be interesting if it were a two-stop race here, Jeremy, because if that's the case, the drivers are going to really want a late race caution. Sometimes it's something that you don't really want because the racing just gets insane. But at the same time, if you're one that's trying to save fuel, it's something you're absolutely going to want. As long as this race doesn't go to maybe 1 or 2 overtimes.
Yeah, it just depends on which party you are in, right? If you're in the group of guys that are, separating yourselves and are up front, you don't want those late race yellows. You want it to play out naturally. But if you're one of the groups that have fallen behind, you need that yellow to save your race. So that is what that'll come down to, as we still tick ever closer to that stop. 53 to go right now. Expecting them to hit pit road right around 40 laps remaining.
Field staying single file here at the moment. As we start to get into the final 125 miles of this one. Enright leading. I believe right now he's led the most laps in this one so far. Crother second, Kalhoff third, Hall fourth, Max Ford 5th, Jacob Bryan 6th, Brady Schreckengoss 7th, Maxwell Funderburg 8th, Jackson Brown 9th, Riley Ibanez is 10th. Highest Ford is 13th, Hector Collazo at the moment. Not been a good day to be a Mustang.
Yeah, usually the spareness of the manufacturers, and that will lead to this being the case from time to time, where it's just not really being seen towards the front of the race, but still a lot of time left for Collazo to go put that blue oval up towards the front. But right now they still file in line, pace maintaining around the same, definitely still fuel saving throughout the field. Actually, we have backed the pace up even further. We have started running 48.2s the last several laps.
Approaching 50 to go next time by. Taking a ride on board here with Jason Hall, and got to give him credit with all the damage he's taken, all the bruises, the batters he's taken. Up in P4 still. And I think that's the thing, you can say that for a lot of other drivers left in this race.
Really just trying to get what you can here. They've been clawing all day, and we've seen a few guys that have not had the same fortunes, have had their races ended early. We've talked to a couple of those drivers as well. Frustrations have ran pretty high, but these guys up here right now have to be satisfied with the position they put themselves in. Every car on the track right now in this group has a chance to win the race.
50 laps to go in the Universal 500. 3/4 of the way through. Pit stops due up in about 10 laps from now, possibly.
Oh, we got some movement there in the back of this field, almost side by side, but then they file right back in. They're taking a look right there. Got some cars blinking in and out, causing that right there. Sorry, I do apologize for that, but back on there, looking at the Hall there in the 4. 5th in line, but he is in the 4th position, as we still have Zarate 8 laps down leading this line.
And Zarate really being a big help for Joseph Enright. Speeds are starting to pick up just a little bit. We're about 185 a couple laps ago. Enright's pushed just a little bit, and meanwhile starting to see a gap between 4th and 5th, maybe 5th and 6th. Max Ford says enough of it. Let's go to work here.
He has a lot coming.
Unless this is a preparation from pit stops here, check back in with Axel. Is this something related to pit stops here?
Oh yeah, for sure. My apologies about earlier. They last pit on lap 120, not 130. So they're gonna barely be at 160, which is basically right at the start of the pit window. Them going to the bottom like this, they're trying to push, and you see the bottom lane that Max Ford is pushing the leader right there. They're trying to get on the bottom to pit, and also they're trying to get on the bottom to pass these guys on the top. Just more track position is the best part of it. So track position, and they're about to pit. You can't really pit from top lane, so that's what this is.
And Zarate decides to block Kalhoff in the 76. That may be a little bit of a slight advantage for Enright and Prather possibly. We'll have to see, Jeremy.
Yeah, we'll see what they do there for sure. Zarate can back up that line. I will say the big thing here, this movement, not necessarily imminent stops being indicated with them pulling to the bottom, just more so trying to cycle the track position forward before those stops. They're still going to try to go quite a few laps here before they make that stop, but they're planning on making it one stop.
Some drivers pushing 100%, forcing the Fast Cash team to get to work here. They wanted to race. Guess what? They're racing now. Hall now up a spot in third. Schreckengost in the 3 in the top 5 again. How is he still up here after all the spins and the hits he's taken tonight?
He just keeps on fighting. He's looking for some more right now, trying to shuffle his way to the bottom. He'll be third in line down there as he follows Enright and Prather.
Prather nearly cut down in front of the 3. And now Enright and the 58 have found their way. Pit stops, not just yet. Almost thought for a moment somebody was going to come in. I think that may have been Zarate in the 99, but about maybe 6 laps away from the fuel window opening up as he ride on board here with the back of the new leader, Jason Hall. And I don't believe he's actually yet to lead this race today. If not, he's led maybe just a handful of laps here. Meanwhile, you've got Ortega back up near the front. He was one of those drivers that was down on the bottom, tries to thread the needle, but Jeremy's stuck in the sucker hole.
Yeah, Ortega got really aggressive right there, tried making 2 moves. Both were defended well, and it kind of hung himself in the middle. Oh, they're going to reorganize that. It'll put him second line on the outside. He's behind Thunderberg there in the 97. Oh, bad bump there. Almost caused another crash. They hold on to it for now.
Couple of bad bumps with the way they're bumping each other all around. It seems like that a yellow could fly before that final round of pit stops. 5 laps away from the window opening up. We'll check back in with Axel. Any new updates?
Yeah, they pulled to the bottom for sure to maybe get pit stops soon. Maybe to call bluff on the top, make them go low. But they're just trying to go for track position here. But now you see Max Ford going to the top, blocking the outside lane. He's just trying to control the lines now, be as much as in front as possible. Back to the bottom. Max Ford, I think Max Ford, I see what he's doing. He's just trying to stay up in the front as long as possible, especially because we're really close to the pit window now. They're going full throttle. They're probably good to the end of this.
Oh, look out!
Oh, gosh.
Big crash, Thunderberg through the grass. No caution flag waves.
Well, never mind the
Wow.
pits. Never mind the pit strategy. Everybody's going to pit now.
Well, this is going to make things a whole lot more interesting now with that 360, and give credit to Thunderberg for the save. Enright also in the piece of it as well with the 07. Here, look at the replay. Roof flaps doing their job.
Another look here. Hall jumped up in front of the 97, 32 pushing him. Just gets a little bit on the left rear right there. We've seen it all night long, and instantly sent around some damage over right front of the 07. Obviously, probably something of the 97 there as well, but they should be able to buff that out.
Well, everybody without question is going to pit this time. A yellow as well. That definitely what Keurig, Echevarria, and Lyles both wanted. But now the question is going to be here. You got to go 43 laps in the tank of gas. Just a little bit over the projected window here. That's what then
Caution laps will help though.
Yes, absolutely. But will it be enough though? Around this long 2.5 mile facility is the question. That may have been, and correct me if I'm wrong here, boys, before our 13th caution of the day. I believe that was the longest run of the race we've had so far.
Yeah, definitely the longest run we've seen, and I believe your numbers are right there. They'll all be coming down pit road this time. It should be open. So they'll be pitting when they take 42 to go, which means they'll be taking the green with about 41 left in the race. It's going to be tight on fuel.
Well, we are just about in the bridge to the money laps. We saw drivers starting to move forward, drivers stopping to ride. The aggression was starting to rise, and we'll start to see the pit stops here. Jason Hall brings 17 other drivers that are on the lead lap with him into pit. Axel, this is all you.
Yep, you see the 2 lap cars staying out, trying to get their laps back. Everybody's going to pit here for sure. We might see people getting tires, but also they do need that track position. Yeah, it looks like Travis Prather, he was running up front a lot of this race. He's taking at least right sides, and a lot of other people are too. Oh, a lot of people are taking all 4 tires. I mean, that's just going to be, they're probably not going to take tires for the rest of the race. They don't even got to pit for the rest of the race for fuel anyway, so this is most likely going to be our last big stop with everybody in the field pitting. But no damage repairs except for 97 and Joseph Bernard.
Appreciate the update there, Axel. But now, Jeremy, the question is going to be, I actually just had this thought in mind, is there a possibility that we could actually see some fuel savings still in this final run? Could we still see that single file train once again?
Might be all we see with where this number is, honestly. So, unfortunate time for the Yeller in the perspective of watching them race hard, but it does appear to be what they're going to have to go do there to make it to the end of this race.
We're going to break here, as we've got just about 40 laps to go here. Max Ford leads the Universal 500 and the UIS Precision Speed Solutions Cup Series on Precision Entertainment. We are back here with just about 40 laps to go here. 40 to go when we take the green flag here in the Precision Speed Solutions Cup Series. Bryce Keller with you alongside our entire crew. Again, next week at Michigan. Join us at 9 p.m. for round number 2 of the season. After pit stops, Jason Hall will bring the field back to green. Max Ford second, Travis Prather third, Jackson Brown fourth, Brady Trengost 5th, Henry Kalhoff 6th, Jacob Bryan 7th, Zachary Trevino 8th, Cody Banton 9th, Maxwell Funderburg in 10th after suffering the spin moments ago. Well, there's 2 games we're going to be playing here. Who's going to win and who can save enough fuel at the same time? About to find out. Back to green.
It's even fanned out up front there. Outside with Ford getting a nice jump. We'll see what they do settling in. Gonna pull to the bottom there in front. We'll keep an eye on the fuel saving here, Marty. Are they gonna race hard, or are they gonna start to crack that throttle and back off that pace once again?
Now, because of this fuel saving situation, would you rather lead right now, or would you rather be sitting in second like Jackson Brown?
I don't want to be second or first. I want to be in the middle of that lane and, you know, middle of that group, and just really the least amount of air on the car possible. Somebody right up behind you and some, you know, line of cars right there in front of you. But they're racing hard, so they might be happy with their fuel numbers here.
And at the speeds here through the corner, they're over 190 at the moment, so it looks like they're all feeling comfortable after that last caution. That last yellow after pit stops, it was all about who could stay in 5th gear and who could push the clutch and who's got that 3rd pedal they can use to their advantages. Look at the speeds going down the super stretch. See what they're topping off at. Later on, there was a lot of 195s, 200s, but obviously this pack has simmered out, and the speeds just over 190. So there could still be a little bit of fuel saving here. We'd have to look at telemetry to get a better picture, but I'm seeing 3 drivers though on the outside, led by Kalhoff, followed by Covarrubias. And you see there, oh, there it is, Ford saving here just a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit of saving, but not as much. Still running a pretty competitive pace right there. Not the max speed that these cars are capable of, but definitely backing it off just a little bit. Tells me that they're really close to that number right now. But if you're Ford, you need to be careful, because while you're really close right now, the longer you lead, the further away from that number you'll actually get.
Absolutely. He doesn't, it looks like with the way he's been coasting and getting back on the throttle, it's like there's like not a lot of concern at the moment if you're the 11. Would you agree with me on that?
Yeah, I think if he's thinking about it a little bit, he probably should be thinking about more than he is as the leader, because that number is not going to, you know, progress as well as others. There's a lot of hard racing going on in that outside liner now. More cars jumping up there, so they're looking like they're all feeling pretty good. If there goes Hall up to the top now in front of Prather as well. We'll see what Brown does in the 96.
Jason Hall, help from Prather. Behind him, Kalhoff. Covarrubias and Wright joining them on the outside. Only pull up to Schreckengoss, the 3rd place car. Funderburg after the spin. It's back up near the front in the top 5. Great comeback from him after that last caution.
Yeah, still working his way up in that front of the pack. Of course, he's been just fighting it all night long. Right now, the lap time's still down under 47 seconds. That was a 46 last time. They are not saving any fuel.
High side looking a little bit better off of turn number 2. They're not looking as squirrely as the bottom for right now, but a big push from Jackson Brown over to Max Ford.
Yeah, still working 2x2 throughout most of that group. Just a couple cars right there in front. Still Brown and Ford clear of the outside lane. Progress not as much as we've seen earlier on the top. I think it's just the lack of race cars. It's harder to get that line going. You have to be really perfect with your bumps right now, really precise, and they're just not quite building that momentum up as much as they wish.
So it looks like we're seeing some fuel saving at the combination of a little bit of racing. Big cut down from Hall. That was risky, but just found the gap in front of Bryan. At what point do you decide to stop riding and just start racing here at this point if you're one of the 18 drivers on the lead lap in this pack?
Yeah, I mean, it's really dependent on your numbers, right? I think we see some of the guys in the back that topped off and are still riding. They're not as comfortable with their fuel numbers. They're trying to save more up front, though. A big move there by Ford. He holds on to it. He's going to try to get back to the bottom. He's not clear. Oh,
Boy.
Brown cut him a massive break.
Yeah, Brown gave him a break. Next time he does that, Ford may be going for a ride. But may have cost that low line the price. A little contact between him and Proctor for the race lead. A little bump draft as well from the Petro Canada ride.
They're leading each other hard up here right now. See 58 Prather, he's clear to the lead right now with that push from Cowhoff on the outside lane. Cowhoff pulling that momentum start for Ford. He's clear as well. He goes, oh!
That was close.
They are trying
Cowhoff
to wreck.
got on the quarter panel of Proctor, and somehow they found a way to hang on to it.
Crawford going to get that side draft. Will beat the 76 to the line this time ever so slightly. That time by, he clicked off 5 thousandths of a second ahead of the 76. That's how close he can be at Daytona when it comes to the finish. You see Crawford now going to get to the inside lane, clear for the lead, down in front of the 76 of Cowhoff.
Proctor able to make the clear. Cabarrubia now with the help. Enright and Hall. They're all 2 by 2 down the super stretch.
Big block contact, they're wrecking! No, they're not!
Wow, what a save between Hall and Enright. One driver fell near the back. That was Banta in the 45. And I think everyone now is starting to realize, let's hold on to our horses. We still got a long way left to go with just over 30 laps to go.
It's going to get them single filed out, so drivers going to be a little hesitant to get aggressive again after almost wrecking right there. So it might be a few laps until that gets wound back up and some guys start pushing it harder. So we'll see what happens as they reach that point already. They'll forward to the outside with help from Brown.
Now it's Hall's turn to make a move. Good help from Ford. Back out front. Next time by, there'll be only 30 laps remaining in the Daytona 500.
Yeah, Hall's gotten himself in that position on the lead right now. On Ford, oh, just the pushes are just so unstable all night long. We saw it in the clash with the higher power. The pushing was really unstable. We thought maybe the lower power could help bring that, you know, a little reined in, but it's just been aggressive all night and offset, and it's led to issues.
Now the field looks like they're starting to get single file. One driver coming down pit road, it's Zarate.
He probably took a wave around.
Yeah, not too much of a factor for right now, but yes, he is pitting at the moment. "30 laps to go here at Daytona in the field. Single file except for Cabarrubia.
Back up around the boards here too, so putting the right side of that car right up against the fence, and we'll see if the lap times change off. They start to drop, maybe saving some fuel, or if they're going to continue pushing up here. But it's Ford out front of the 96 of Brown.
I asked you the same question earlier on here as well, Jeremy. What's the mental fatigue now this time through 171 laps?
Yeah, right now you're actually starting to lock back in. You're starting to see that those laps are ticking away. You're getting closer to finish, starting to think out what you're going to want to do. You're starting to pull yourself out of let's get to the end mode, and this is the end. Let's start making moves mode.
Zarate exits, and now look at this. Enright going to catch a draft from the 99. Just barely helps him out, save a little bit of fuel. Not too much, though. And now Hall goes with
Enright.
Goes with him, and same with his teammate. And Jason Hall make it the lead at the line.
And I got big momentum.
Oh,
They got Ford into him.
Jason Hall Can he merge back up properly? What a save. Oh my
Big
goodness.
save there, not too heavy of damage, but he's going to lose that draft. Too much momentum loss. Maybe this line's a little longer. He's going to get some help from Zarate. He's going to stay in this pack.
Yeah, Zarate going to keep him in this pack alive, but just loses all that track position.
Back in front and right, Prather around.
The teammates involved, 76 of Kalhoff. Caution flag waves, and he can kiss fuel strategy goodbye.
The 07 Hood was up against the wall so hard, I think his night is over. A strong run for Enright, and you see Prather there, right front tire, no rotation. His night's done as well.
Replay of what happened for our 14th caution of the night. Ooh, that's a hard hit.
Kalhoff gets wiped out there by the one trying to get through it. Does a good job, though, not letting it get any worse. Just goes for a nice slide and doesn't hit anything.
Is that the teammates that got together that caused that yellow flag?
I have to take a look here. We're on board with Kalhoff up there.
Oh, no,
Brown on the apron. Yeah, Brown was on the apron. I'm not sure whose fault that was from that view, though.
Looks like it started. Brown tried to block the 07, and then came right up in front of Funderburg, excuse me. And
Take a look.
all four wheels went off the ground. Take a look at this, right there.
Yeah, Jackson Brown was just not clear at all and turned himself across the nose, and everybody else behind him paid the price for it.
So, well, Axel, I would not be surprised if everybody came in this time just to play it safe and sorry.
Yeah, I would guess that too. Also for new tires, probably. I'm looking at that crash. It's just an unfortunate crash because Jackson Brown goes down and he does a half block, and half blocks you see in the Cup Series, like Hocevar at Daytona 500 this year on the final lap. He did a half block and wrecked himself. It's just an unfortunate wreck, and Joseph Enright, Maxwell Funderburg, and Travis Prather, they're all three for sure out of the race. The 97 might be okay, but the other two are fully out. Definitely have meatballs. I'd say a lot of people come in here, just, yeah, like you're saying, just play it safe.
Well, everybody is in, so this is all you.
Oh, wow, okay. Let's see. So, it's going to be Schreckengoss going to come in. He started third in this race. He's not going to get tires, so it's just a splash and go for Schreckengoss. He's going to come off first out of pit road, and Zarate's behind the pace car. He's a lap down, 8 laps down, sorry. Ibanez is going to come out in third, and Colazo is going to come out in second. A lot of people, I think this is different strategies. I think people are taking tires and other people aren't. So, different people in the lead now. Max Ford had to take some damage repair there from the no caution wreck there. So, look, there's a lot of different people up in the lead now. This is cool.
So we'll step aside here. 26 laps to go in the Universal 500. Brady Schreckengoss, after 3 spins tonight, leads the field. Stay with us on Precision Entertainment. 25 laps to go here at Daytona, and we are just about in the home stretch of the Universal 500. Bryce Scala, Jeremy Miller, along with Axel Smith, DJ Lyon, our entire Precision Entertainment team, ready to take you hopefully scot-free to the finish line. Just have to see what happens. Brady Schreckengoss selected the outside. He and Hector Colazo share row 1. Riley Ibanez, Zachary Trevino, row 2. Cody Banta, Corey Lyles, row 3. Max Ford, Henry Kalhoff, row 4. Aiden Kira and Jackson Brown round out the top 10. 15 cars on the lead lap. Out of the race after that one, Travis Proctor, Joseph Enright, and the only two that DNF'd out of that one. Nicholas Rowe, Christian Zarate still on the track, but are a couple laps down. Back to the green flag, and Zarate has cleared Colazo on this restart.
See the outside lane, Schreckengoss all the way out front. Schreckengoss leading the race, just, I mean, has been all over the racetrack, involved in incidents, and he's got that car out front leading late here in the Universal 500.
Well, with under 25 laps to go now, this is the point where we find out who has friends and who doesn't. Schreckengoss loses the lead to Colazo, and this was a guy that admitted when we talked with him earlier on in the race, he admitted that he was all alone he had no teammates. It was just him. Could that be a factor in what position he finishes in tonight?
Yeah, it could matter. I mean, he still, has the ability to go out there and determine his own destiny, but, those factors obviously do come into effect, and you see the outside lane propelling itself forward. That's Lyles leading the line. He was one of the drivers that had lost the draft earlier, if you remember, before that you cautioned, so he has worked his way all the way back to the front.
Oh, Zarate, risky bump draft to Jason Hall, who had that wicked good save moments ago before the caution flag flew. Big bump draft that Colazo gives Kalhoff, 76 car. He'll get back out to the race lead. A lot of wounded, beaten up race cars, but a bunch of them still alive to try and win the biggest UIS Cup Series race of the season. 22 laps remain.
Outside lane propels itself really far forward here right now. Let's see what Hall does there behind the 56. Is he going to stay committed, or is he going to try to find a way around? Has that lap car working in behind him has worked his way all the way up in the third in line. That car is not for position, so we'll see how that plays in effect here. You see a big move by Schreckengoss in the background, as well as Trevino. He blinked out. They might be inside each other. They are. That's going to be dangerous reappearing like that.
Could have led to a bizarre crash there. Brown, Kalhoff trying to keep this low side alive. One driver nearly gets loose. That's Cabarrubia. Everyone continues well with 21 to go. And again, there's no more fuel saving in this race after the last caution. Everyone can go hard in the rest of this one. Max Ford trying to do it. Big side draft off the lap car of Zarate. Passes Hall for second, and he has got the help. First car behind him, a lap car, Funderburg. And if a yellow flag flies here, he's got the free pass, and he'll be guaranteed as long as he's not involved in a wreck, because the car behind him is 4 laps, if not 3 laps behind in Nicholas Road.
Still working those lanes back and forth. Right now, Ford, number block there to be outside on Lyles in the 11, so he'll take the lead of the race now. From that 11 car, 20 to go here. They're going to only get more and more intense with these moves as they go. Look at them all shuffle to the inside.
Zarate was able to cut down to the bottom. And again, let's talk about Funderburg here. He's in a pretty good position. As long as he just does not get involved in a wreck, he could hang out on the back of the field if he wanted to. He'd get the free pass and find his way back in this race.
Yeah, Lyle's still looking there to the right rear of the 11 of Ford right now. Not going to have any help as he pulls out there directly, but the 96 Brown will come to back bumper. We'll see what Hall can do there on the bottom. Your goal when you're second line right here and that happens is to push yourself clear and then pick up that outside line for yourself, but he's not going to be able to accomplish that forward with another tight block.
I tell you what, if there is one driver that's been very good at mirror driving tonight, it's definitely the man in the DHL 11 in Max Ford. The Daytona 500, the Universal 500, has reached the teens. 19 laps to go at the World Center of Racing. And again, 15 drivers on the lead lap have a chance at winning the biggest race of the season. Lyles cuts down low, looking for the lead, but he doesn't have a push compared to what Ford has by Jackson Brown.
Ford there on the outside, still getting that big push from Brown. Lyles on that inside, looking to get some help from Hall, and the lap car is there right there. Can't really quite get it going there. Cabarrubia, however, has found his way back to the front. Haven't seen him for a little while. He's kind of been hanging out. Look at Cody Banta in that 45. I don't know how much we've talked about him tonight, but he's found his way to the front late.
The quieter drivers in the field. They had a different driver back in the duels last week, but chose to go separate ways with another league. Double file down the super stretch. The field's starting to organize, and when they organize at Daytona, the next thing they do is attack. On board with Banta. All continuing to blink. He's been having some internet issues tonight, and at this late in the race, it gets really tricky in this situation because you don't want to give up. The drivers behind don't want to give up. If it gets too bad, it can lead to a netcode wreck.
Yes, it could, so we're definitely looking to avoid that right now. You see still pushing there on the outside line, some blinking there from Hall again, just trying to, that really affects that line too when that happens. It just breaks up the momentum, and drivers behind will start lifting when they see that blinking too, and it just kind of creates that accordion effect, and that's when you see the outside surge, and I think it did play a role in that. And there's Ortega making a third lane.
Haven't seen him up on that third lane since probably the first half of this race. And he's got his teammate Aiden Current behind him. I'm sure enough that Kai Collymore is cheering the two drivers on, but nobody wants to go with those two. The teammates starting to organize late in the game here. And here comes Cabarrubia out to the front of the field, and haven't talked too much about the 2311 team. They're both on row 2. Ford, risky bump draft allows as he gets sideways. Ford and Banta, they are teammates. They can work together if needed.
Still some 3 wide there throughout the field. We saw one driver dodging out of the way. He's expecting a big wreck. Lyles there, a little unsteady on Ford's front bumper. On the outside line, it's Banta trying to give a push to the outside. Just not really having any help there wrecking.
Ford goes around. And this is just about everybody. Caution waves with 16 laps to go. And I only see 2 cars, maybe 3, 4.
You'll never guess who got
dodge that without any issues. Ford going around backwards. His race may be done.
Trekking Goss and Ortega, two incredible moves to make it through there. And I mean, there is so many cars involved. See, look here, just a bad push from Cody there on the back bumper of the 18. Oh man, some huge hits.
Look at how many cars were involved in that. I think 5 cars escaped without any damage in that. That is the 15th caution of tonight.
Okay,
Atypical
look at
for
it
this
here.
race.
See the 45 right there. Cody's just gonna get to the back bumper there, and I mean it's just bad pushes. They get back to the back bumper again, and yeah, that one wasn't as much of a drift left as I think the 18 actually drifted up on exit as the 45 was on him and put the 45 to the left rear. A lot of them tonight, the pushers kind of drifted left. That one, I think the pushy might have drifted a little bit right.
That is a Toyota fan's nightmare. This is with Ford. And folks, there was just nothing he could do.
No.
And the damage is not too bad off his ride. Without question, he'll be able to continue. But how will his car hang in the draft?
Yeah, definitely gonna have to keep an eye on how that'll hold up for him. But you know, in reverse right there, still just waiting for seeing some clear. And He's gonna whip that thing back around.
This is a reason why when you ask drivers when the big one happens, where do you want to be? They always say, I want to be in front of the field. I don't want to be in the back of the field because I still have a chance of being involved.
See a lot of damage there.
With a tough bump draft there, even took out his teammate as well. So let's bring back in Axel on these pit stops for basically all the drivers that were involved.
Yep, a lot of people with flat spotted destroyed tires, which was about everybody on the field. Maybe gonna pit and get new tires. It's so late in the race, they might not have enough, so maybe some drivers are gonna get in some tires. A lot of people obviously have damage from that too. I think the only person from that wreck that really has like the worst damage that's gonna take them out of the race is probably the 4 car. He had Jason Hall. He had a very big hit in the inside wall, and it's cornered right there since it's going into the pits, and it hit his left front, and that's probably gonna break his tail link and end his night.
Folks, we have just passed midnight Eastern time. The Universal 500 has now gone into Sunday morning. So good morning if you're watching us live. So keep it right here with you with 14 laps to go. And now I guess, Jeremy, this is where every lap matters here to the end.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting closer and closer to the finish. You see Lyles up front. That's Ortega there. Behind you see Novak car. Streckengoss in the 3 is in 3rd. He survived that one once again. And they're going to be coming to 1 to green here. Looks like the 56 is going to want to restart this race on the outside line.
Yeah, wants to get that restart and clear down on the bottom. They come back to the green flag. Only 5 drivers escaped that without any damage. Corey Lyles, Alex Ortega, Henry Kalhoff, Brady Schreckengost, Aiden Keurig, all missing that accident. Ortega, our defending series champion. Oh, would love to start this year on a high note. We'll restart in 2nd.
So few cars there in the front of this unscathed.
So reset the field here as we come back to the green. Lyles and Ortega, that is row 1. Henry Kalhoff, Brady Schreckengost, row 2. Hector Colazzo, Aiden Keurig, row 3. Aiden Cabarrubia, 7th. Jackson Brown back in 8th. Actually, Max Ford will restart 8th after that's been Jackson Brown down to 9th and Jacob Bryan in 10th. And I'm trying to see if we lost anyone out of that accident. And from the sounds of it here as well, Maxwell Thunderberg was involved in that crash, so he stays 1 lap down. There was no free pass out of that. Definitely not what the 97 car wanted.
11 is restarting 5th, Marty. He was the one that got turned to start that entire thing.
Oh my goodness. Well, a lot of drivers probably were pitting later at the end, so that's probably a reason why that was the case. And a lot of drivers are restarting tail. Max Ford did not take an extra stop when the pits closed. So we're back to green. 12 laps to go in the Universal 500.
Already some movement there from the top down to the bottom. Lyles and Kalhoff, they get clear of Ortega. Ortega's going to push on through. He'll be clear of Colazzo on the top. We'll see what he does in the 32. Is he content to ride in line for now, or does he want to be aggressive and go for the lead already?
This is where the air gets loud and the patience gets thin. The 15 car is on the lead lap left in this one with a chance to win. First 6 cars on the outside. Hector Collazo in 7th, the first car up top. Ford trying to push him. There's a move on the outside. I believe that was Kira in the one, but nobody goes with him. 11 to go.
Yeah, Kieran had the lane picked up, but then just shuffled himself too high and let himself get hung out. Collazo with a big run. Ortega blocks it. Lyle's going to pull up and block that 32. Ortega looking for a way around on the outside, but he has no help.
Ortega
Contact.
shuffled out, bangs doors with Collazo. Everybody hangs on to him for right now. The move may not come for second, but at times it may start 6 cars back. And this is where everyone gets more aggressive, and at times the leader, in this case Lyles, could be vulnerable. And here it is right now for Hector Collazo, looking for the race lead at Daytona, coming to 10 laps to go. Jeremy, where do you want to be with 10 to go?
Yeah, I'm not really sure right now. I think it's been tough to make that third lane work. It seems that the guys in the middle just haven't had the awareness of the right side of their car to keep stuffing guys in the wall on that top, and that's what happened to Ortega there and dropped him to the back. So, you know, I think you got to try to make it work with what you can. You got to keep going for it, but it's just, you know, the inside, or not the inside, but the middle lane's inability to keep it straight has really hindered that third line.
Second place may not be the best seat at times. It may be row 2. We're in the comfortable spot, but again, keep an eye on that third row for runs. Ortega tried it out. Still has his teammate Kieran left in this race. Ortega, the 4th car on the outside line. You also have Rhoda lap car in this pack as well. He's the 3rd on the outside. 9 to go in the Universal 500.
9 more here, as you mentioned. We'll see what happens. There's another big block by Ford. Oh, Bryant there in the door of Lyles went for a hole that really didn't exist, but they keep it straight for now. Collazo coming, oh, but he blinks. And that's going to hurt the inside lane really badly as he's going to reappear right there.
And Collazo blinking, not what you want at this point. Lyles comes up to put the block on Ford. Jeremy, how do you know if the run is big enough to take, whether you're on defense or offense?
You're really just looking to see what it produces off the front. You got to really just feel the air right now, but they're wrecking on the bottom.
Four wide. Oh, that's gonna get ugly. Everybody hangs on for now, but that may take some drivers out unless the yellow flag flies. 8 to go.
Still green right there. You see Schreckengoss there in the 3 on the inside of that 94 car of Ibanez, trying to find his way back forward. They've single filed out though from that incident.
Over 3.5 hours of racing, and the Universal 500 is now in single digits and a single file line. Max Ford, Jacob Bryant, Jackson Brown, the top 3, all trying to run away. For right now, Alex Ortega in 4th could get a monster run. Jeremy, do you make the first move or do you wait for somebody else to go for it?
I'm an aggressive plate racer. I like to make the moves, and I feel like I control the line when I'm pushing better than I can when I'm the leaders, because you're just relying on somebody behind you knowing what they're doing. You jump up there first, you let somebody get in front of you, you shove them to the front, and then you hang them out.
Ready, Schreckengoss trying to make the move. Right now in the 8th spot. Trying to get that push from behind. That's Echevarria in the 23. Here comes Ortega. Second groove about to work. Zarate lap car trying to help out. Oh, contact Brown and Kieran. Everybody hangs on again.
Keep it straight for now, but that's going to leave 2 by 2. First 4 cars up there front clear. Zarate, the lap car, is trying to help the 32 of Ortega for the lead on the top. That's going to get Ortega the lead at the line. This time, Ford trying to side draft those 2 race cars, but he has no help.
The lap car is Ortega's best friend, because he's got nothing to lose right now. Zarate underneath on the leader. That is very risky if you're Zarate. That is very bold. And this is going to help out Max Ford get a draft.
You're really frustrated right now if you're any of these lead lap cars with this car up here in the front. He's 8, 9 laps down. You have 9 laps down. You really want him to just try to get out of your way right now. There's really no reason for him to be up there in the front of the pack with 6 to go in this race.
It is Ford and Ortega side by side for the race lead at the moment. A handful of laps remaining at Daytona. 4 fingers and a thumb. Ford has Ortega cleared. Bryant behind the 11. 13 cars on the lead lap with a chance at winning this puppy. Toyota's all working together. Zarate gets out of the way. Respectful move. Ford out in front, but Brian about to get a run here. Big bump draft from Brown, but doesn't go to the outside just yet. Ford defends. Beautiful block from the 11. Ford's got the clean air.
See what Ortega can do.
Challengers behind have the energy. Here comes the run again from Ortega. 4 laps to go. Did he time it properly? We'll just have to see. Help is coming from Schreck and Gost in the 3. 2 by 2, a big push into 1.
Just can't quite clear out on the inside. He's going to get him now. We'll see what he does. Does he stay up higher? Does he let that inside regenerate some momentum? A little bit of a bobble there from Ford on the bottom.
Ortega's got everybody cleared. Schreck and Gost. 3 spins of the night. Couple of hits of the safer barrier. Won't be denied. Slingshot engaged to the bottom for the race lead. He lost out in a photo finish to Tyler Helms in Duel 1 by 7 thousandths of a second. He doesn't want second tonight. There's one thing on his mind, and that's a Universal 500 dub. 3 laps to go. The 32 still out in front.
Ortega there led at the line by 3 thousandths of a second that time. Very tight there between him and Schreck and Goss on the 3 on the inside. See Ford with a big push driver 3. He's going to get him clear. Ford just not quite able to get himself clear. He's pushing all over that back bumper of the 3.
Jason Hall lets the leaders go. Great sportsmanship move by the 4. Does Ford make the move? Schreck and Gost has Ortega clear into 3. Coming to 2 laps to go where the Universal 500 turns into the Universal 5. And it doesn't matter now where you are. Your friends are where you find them. 5 miles remaining, 2 qualifying laps. Schreck and Goss pulls up top to block Ortega, opens up the door for Ford.
Big push there from Ortega to the back of the 3. He's going to get Schreck and Goss just not quite clear though. Ford on the bottom. Bryant going to push that 11 through to the lead off the here down the back straightaway for the penultimate time.
Ford nearly sideways off the bumper of Bryant. Pace laps at speeds of 190 miles an hour. A lap and a half to go at Daytona. A 3rd group developing from Collazo. 2 other men are joining him from behind. That's Trevino and a lap car again of Zarate. Off for turn 4, they face the white flag with 1 lap remaining. Drivers getting loosey-goosey all over the place. Schreck and Goss remains the leader, but it's Max Ford in 2nd. Final lap underway, checkers or wreckers in the biggest race of the season for the Universal Cup Series.
Collazo has real momentum.
Schreck and Goss trying to cut down on Ford possibly. Collazo does have the momentum. Is it enough for him? He's all the way back in the 7th, 8th position. Big block by Schreck and Goss. Ford trying to get the opening downstairs. Ortega with a big push. He cuts down low. Schreck and Goss cannot defend. Here comes Alexander Ortega, the man that's been dominant on the top shelf. He takes it to the bottom. Sideways, the 95, the 96. They're crashing for the back. 4 men have a chance to win off of turn number 4. Ortega, Schreck and Goss, they're 3 wide. It won't work. Alexander Ortega wins the survival of the fittest. He takes the Universal 500 at Daytona.
I think the best driver won that one there, Marty. He made the right moves and just seemed to have the most control of all the runs and momentum no matter which lane he went to.
Kjellhoff 2nd, Schreck and Goss 3rd, Ford 4th, and Kira in 5th at the end. But it's Alexander Ortega that takes it home in car number 32. A successful win as he does it for the 40XL iRacing team. Get a congratulations from Max Ford. So Ortega wins. We're going to take a look here at your results here from tonight. As Ortega wins by a 10.5 over Henry Kjellhoff, Brady Schreck and Goss in 3rd, Max Ford 4th, Aiden Curett 5th, Jackson Brown 6th, Corey Lyles 7th, Zachary Trevino 8th, Riley Ibanez 9th, and Aiden Cabarrubia in 10th.
rounding out the outside the top 10. See Echeverria came home in 11th, Banta 12th, Bryant 13th. You see Collazo, last car to finish. Well, actually not quite finish. He did not reach the finish line, but that was the last car of lead lap finishers. Hall finished 1 lap down in 15th. Thunderberg as well in 16th, 1 lap down. Then 4 laps down was Road, 9 laps down is Zare, and then even further off the pace, Enright and Prather.
21st, Tyler Helms. 22nd, Aaron Kovnach. And Dorian Davis, 23rd. 24th, Nicholas Martinez. 25th, Chase Krull. 26th, Logan Brink. 27th, Josh Gilbert. 28th, Calvin Harvey. 29th, Kai Collymore. And 30th, Connor Blasco.
And just outside our top 30, here's some drivers who wrecked a lot earlier in the event. Wyatt Thompson, Luke Grannon, James Cesar, Joshua Carey, Asher Bunkley, Damian Cisneros, and Riley Maxwell wrecked very early and finished last.
So with that being said, let's step aside, take a quick break. When we come back, a quick post-race show with the top 3 and final thoughts. Stay with us. It is post-race coverage of the Universal 500 on Precision Entertainment. We're set to go post-race coverage here at the Universal 500. We will start things off here with our second place finisher, Henry Kalhoff, and we will let our color guy Jeremy take this one.
Well, Henry came up 1 spot short. Not quite the photo finish we may see sometimes at Daytona, but a lot of chaos there on the last lap kind of took away any chance to have that run of a checkered flag with the 32. What did you need to break differently there to come home with the win?
I mean, honestly, it's such a great result. I didn't even know if I was going to run this event till like 30 hours ago, and Michael told me he couldn't make it, so I got the call to run the 76, and the fact we finished second, it's super awesome for a small team like us. This is sort of a new thing we're doing with the Patriot 76, and we've had some deals fall through recently, and to finish second is just awesome. I don't even know what to say, to be honest. Just so much was happening those last 10 laps. Trying to work for Corey there. Sucks what happened to him. Me and him were working really well. Same with both my teammates, Bunkley and Kovnat. But I'm super proud of them too. And just overall, a really special moment for our team to finish second in Daytona 500. I know it was really close, but I mean, either way, finishing second, considering everything that happened in the race with, I mean, a bazillion big ones, that's pretty good, I would say. So definitely very happy with the result. So awesome race for us, and I look forward to Michigan next week.
Yeah, I know you mentioned some of your teammates there, and obviously moving forward in the season next week, Michigan's where a lot of people would say the real season starts getting out of one of these super speedways. But who all helps you get it done in the 76 and will keep you moving forward in your endeavors here on the sim?
Just so many people on the team that have been really committed to this. Obviously, the 3 teammates are all really awesome people. I'm blessed to have them on the team, and all of our sponsors too, with Newest Racing Shop, FTN, P&E, and so many other sponsors on the car that they were probably on the broadcast. At least I hope it was. But you know, great publicity for our sponsors, for our team. Just super happy with the result, and I wasn't gonna plan on running full time. I was only gonna do like 3 or 4 races this season. So without tonight I mean, I might change my mind and see if we can go for a championship here. But just so many people to thank. My parents, my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, all of everybody on the team. Just we've worked really well together that whole race. We were in the voice chat there. Our teammates were, and we were really coordinated. We had plans, and even when things went wrong, we would always be willing to change the plan and to make sure that we would get up front there. So just on that last restart, I was trying to work with Corey, and just the inside lane just didn't work at all. I went down there, and it just felt like I was a three-legged dog or something like that, I guess. But just down a cylinder, felt like just got out of line and went backwards. So it was tough, but able to get back up there and just super blessed with the result. That was great.
All right, well, congratulations on a great result, and we'll see you move forward to the season.
Yep, thanks so much.
So there goes Henry Kalhoff, our second place finisher. We're bringing our third place finisher here, Brady Schreckengost, and Axel will let you take this one.
What's up, Brady?
Hey,
I was gonna let's start it off. How do you think you could have possibly won or even gotten second on that final lap there, or even just the final 5 laps? What could have you done better?
I don't know if there was really much of anything I could have done specifically. Last couple of corners there, I did pretty well with 2 to go, put my car in a good position, and was holding off both the bottom and middle lanes. I saw the top lane coming in a little bit. Ortega was pushing me there, coming to the white flag, so he was doing his hardest. Congrats to him on the win, especially. But even with that mood he made to my inside, I ended up getting another good really push from the 76. I can't remember his name. I'm sorry about that. But
Yeah,
could have
for
done
sure.
a lot better if it wasn't for other vehicles on the racetrack.
For sure. You did very good. I mean, honestly, you didn't have a lot to do on that final lap. Nothing a lot you could do there. How do you think just the whole race in general? Do you think you were just consistent, staying out of all the wrecks and stuff? How do you think you drove your race?
I think I did pretty damn good with what I was given. I was wrecked 3 times, not at my own fault. Got 9 minutes of optional damage there. At the very beginning of the race, actually managed to repair all 9 minutes of that with 50 laps to go, and was finally able to contend because otherwise my car was just not sucking up to anybody in the draft. And honestly, I think it really just mattered those last couple of laps anymore, especially with these races. I watched the truck race. I didn't watch the contender. I was supposed to be in both of those, but couldn't. It really just comes down to these last 5 laps. This is the only laps that matter. As long as you're there on the racetrack with a decent enough car, you can pretty much win it because everybody else is just going to care about wrecking each other to try to finish.
Yeah, that's for sure. This will definitely bring you big momentum coming into Michigan. Anybody you'd like to thank or shout out?
Oh yeah, I'd definitely like to not only thank Ortega for that push there on the last lap, but before he obviously passed me, but congratulate him on the win. Would definitely like to thank McKinney and Chase Crawl. They were in the voice chat watching over the stream as well, helping me out some there towards the end. And they're a pretty big help too. And earlier on too as well, Wyatt Thompson, he was a really good help till I got wrecked there at the very beginning. And definitely want to thank, I don't know who it was that got me my motherboard from eBay, but if they wouldn't have shipped it today, I wouldn't have been racing tonight. So I'm glad it came in earlier than what they said. So I guess I'll thank eBay for that.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, thank you for the great race you put on. Have a good night, man.
Yeah, thank you. You'll have a good rest of your night.
Give credit to Brady Schreckengost coming from 3 spins to finish in 3rd. 4th place tonight, Max Ford. And Max, I got to give you a lot of credit for the race that you drove. We didn't talk about you a lot. I think maybe it was the first 75 laps or so, but you avoided a lot of the accidents, made your way through the front. And I felt like, in my opinion, that you were really one of the better defensive drivers out there this evening?
Yeah, I just started the race. I started like P36, something like that, and I just said to my group that I just need to judge how this racing is going to play out, how the style of racing is going to be, and I think within 5 laps I was at the P6, which I knew then I just had to get the outside running and it's going to make my positions up. And honestly, once I got to the front, I knew I could make blocks. I just had to be precise with them because if you overdo it, then you're done. You're going to the back or you're getting turned, pretty much. But overall, it was really good defending today.
Very quickly before we let you go, who do you want to give shout outs to?
Precision Speed Solutions, house driver for them. Go get their setups. It was on my car today, if you guys didn't notice. But don't have a code yet. Hint, hint. But thanks to DHL, Sports Clips, Haircuts, Dutch Rose, their local community, make coffee, everything. If you're on the West Coast, you know what it is. But thanks to Canadian Motorsports, we worked together this evening, and thanks to 2311, Joshua Carey, Cody Bonta, Carmelo, and thanks to the Race Control and obviously you guys for streaming this.
Hey, Max, we'll let you go. Great job. All the best next week, all right?
Yep, thank you.
And we'll go to Victory Lane and talk to your winner, Alexander Ortega, Mr. Highside. Alex, you got it done. How does it feel winning the biggest race of the season in UIS?
I gotta say, it feels pretty damn good. To go from winning the championship there to close out last season now right into a really big win in the 500. It's great. It was a tough race, but we were able to kind of stick it out there and just be right there at the. You just gotta be in there. You gotta be there at the end. You never know how these races can play out, and so if you can just be in the top 3, 4, 5 spots there at the end, you never know. And we made a really, really good move there. We were able to get, I think it was Brady. We were able to push Brady out clear. And I was able to clear as well. And the moment I got that clear call, I just jumped down in front of Max. And he got a big shove, and that transferred right to me and pushed me all the way clear into 3. And at that point, it's just dragging back, trying to keep them side by side behind me. And that's all it wrote. And that's all we needed.
Well, you definitely earned this one. Congratulations. Who do you want to give shout outs to?
Yeah, big shout out to my 40XLI teammates, Kai and Aiden. They were great to work with. I know Kai didn't make it to the end, unfortunately, got caught up in a pretty big wreck. Shout out to all of them. Shout out to McConaughey Setup Shop. Shout out to my family. Yeah, on quite the roll today. We won the Indy 500 earlier this morning and topped the day off with a Daytona 500.
Hey, that's not a bad day. So enjoy it with some champagne tomorrow. All right, congratulations.
Appreciate it.
All right, Alex Ortega, the winner of the Universal 500. Don't forget, we are at Michigan next week, 9 p.m., 100 laps around the Irish Hills, the 2-mile D-shaped oval. But for now, final thoughts. Axel, we'll start with you, Axel.
Yeah, I think I think the actual racing, it was obviously very chaotic for sure. The racing wasn't bad. I liked it. It was a lot of changing in the lead. A lot of people on the top and the bottom both worked. Even sometimes the third wing would get it rolling. There's green flag pit stops. There was obviously yellow flag pit stops. And a deserving winner. So, all those boxes were checked in this race, which was pretty freaking cool.
Jeremy?
Yeah, it was just a really intense race, a lot of wrecks, a lot of passing back and forth, working throughout the field. Not a lot of cars on the track at the end, and that allowed Ortega to really manipulate the lines how he needed to come home with the win.
So that'll do it for us. Thanks for staying up late on this Saturday night. On behalf of everyone with the Universal iRacing Series, all the fine drivers, sponsors, and admins, the broadcast partners, DJ Line, our producer, Axel Smith on pit road, Jeremy Miller with me in the booth, Marty Scala saying so long. This broadcast has been a presentation of Precision Entertainment. Congratulations to Alexander Ortega, your winner of the Universal 500. So long.
Take me where we stay. from the